but never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah. Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say, I got him picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger, cause it can please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat this submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. When they ask what's the motive, don't talk about the show. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger.
Good evening, ATP. Really good. We're back at it again with another one, man. Salute to all of you guys, man. 2 days down, man. 2 days to go. 2 days to go, guys. 2 days to go. Today is the press conferences. Just watched the prelims do their press conference. Sorry for coming up late. Feeling a little under weather. They went to the gym this morning. Felt great. I still feel great, but I got a little scratchy between my nose and my throat, right? Pause. I don't know if I need to pause, but a little scratchy in there. So I try to rest it up a little bit, get my head together. I knew we had to do this live tonight. Tonight may be a long live. We've got the prelim press conferences that literally just happened right now. And then we have the actual press conferences that are going to happen. I'm intrigued. I think the undercard is people are just giving it that underwhelm energy, but I think we got some great fights happening. I think it's going to be interesting to watch how these fights all play out, watching these fighters who have an opportunity to perform on this huge stage, right? Huge stage and an opportunity to break out, right? This is an opportunity for all these fighters who people, quote unquote, don't know to actually have a breakout moment, shine on this new platform, Netflix, on this new business model without the pay-per-view. And with a new promotional machine behind you with Dana White and Nick Khan and all those guys, and obviously Turkey Al-Sheikh and everything he's going to invest into the space, it's a big opportunity for all these fighters, right? Fernando Vargas has a huge opportunity in front of him. He has a family name. He has his brother, Emiliano Vargas. He has his younger brother. Well, he's the older brother, so all of them are his younger brothers, Armando Vargas, Emiliano Vargas, and now Fernando Vargas getting an opportunity to be in a big fight on a big stage as a co-main event. This is going to be significant, right? Looking at this press conference, guys, you can tell that they're moving around just like the UFC. If you're not familiar with the UFC model on how they do press conferences, they get the crowd involved a lot, right? I think I've seen it in some boxing matches as well, right? But they're definitely giving this event all the attention it deserves, all the marketing and all the promo it deserves. You got the crowd interacting with the fighters on this big panel, being able to ask questions to the fighters, and they're making it interactive with the actual fans, which I think is a good move moving forward to help, introduce this new platform, right? TKO and this Netflix situation. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to actually put together, and excited to see how Terrence and Canelo Alvarez look. You know, we've seen them at the grand arrivals. We seen them, but they're in fight mode now, right? Cutting weight if they need to cut weight. This is around that time. So tomorrow will be their weigh-in. So they'll be on a little edge. I'm expecting there to be a little bit of edge, a little bit of reality should settle in this evening in this press conference. A little bit of reality should really settle in, and we should start seeing, that energy change a little bit. That laid back, cool behavior is not necessarily going to carry over, I think, as we get closer and closer to this fight. Shout out to everybody who's in the building. Only about 9 people in the building. I understand as well that the press conferences are going on. A lot of things are going on, so people aren't going to be here, but we're going to be here covering it. I want to cover the pressers, and obviously we have a fight card that's going to jump off later in the night. I think 11 o'clock my time, right? As it looks like they try to capture that Las Vegas evening air energy. So they're more focused on having the time out there make sense. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Salute to my people in the building. JR Spock early in the room. Sorry about coming on late, man. I said, let me get 30 more minutes. Have my head in the pillow. Wifey was sitting next to me doing some work on her computer for her job. And she was like, it's about that time. And I'm like, 30 minutes, 30 more minutes. I had to reset the clock back just to get that little bit of rest in. But I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. We're going to push through it. Shout out to Fly Frequency, my Aki in the building, man. Hit me with the salams. Walaikum salam, Ak. Good to see you in the building, man. Always here support, man, holding me down. And once again, Flyer, we have not spoken in a minute, man. It's crazy, bro. I got to make it happen. I got to reach out, hit you on that phone line, man. Tell you what I've been up to, man. A lot of things have changed in the past week and a half or so for me. Making some strategic moves and things that I'm doing. A little nerve-wracked about it, to be honest with you, right? But we gonna bet on ourselves, right? We're gonna bet on ourselves and move accordingly. Right? Shout out to my Aquafly Frequency. Keonto Verge in the building says FC. I'm not too sure what that means, but salute to you, family. Good to see you in the building. Warrior Class 3 in the building, man. Salute. Looks like the evening hours are better for Warrior Class. He seems to be tapping in a lot more with the evening show. So yeah, we'll try to keep it even Steven as things are developing, man. But definitely want to be more interactive, doing more lives, doing more content. So we're working on all those different things. Mr. Big Play Brain in the building. Salute, Mr. Big Play Brain says, are the Thursday fights starting yet, man? 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We count 3 hours back, 10, 9, 8. So it's going to start at 8 o'clock. West Coast Pacific time, so it'll be 11 o'clock over here. We'll be covering it. I'll be watching the fights, and we'll be right here live, tapped in, covering the fights. It is what it is, right? We will be here. I might have to step off a little bit every now and then, go do something here and there, but I'll be right here covering the fights. You guys know how I like to do it, and to be honest with you, I'm enjoying calling the fights. That's one of my real passions, is calling these fights live, right? And I haven't done that in a while. Because of my crazy schedule, working the weekend wraparound shift made it very difficult for me to keep up, do these lives. I catch all the fights all the time, but I'm so tired at the end of the day from working everything. But things is changing, hopefully in a positive direction. We'll see how that turns out. But we'll be calling all these fights tonight. And, of course, tomorrow we'll be calling the fights as well. Texas T346 in the building says, salute to my brother Clay in the chat, man. Salute, Texas. Good to see you in the building, man. As you guys are stepping in the building, I know we're creeping in. We're taking our times creeping into the building. Make sure we're remembering to hit that like button. Super important. Helps the channel getting that right algorithm, man. Feel free to share it as well with your friends and family that enjoy boxing. Let them know we're talking real boxing over here, and let them know where they can find us at, man. We're trying to keep it real objective and real passionate about this sport. Shout out to Crawler, LOC, Lock, Jamaican, says Jamaican Jim Proud, I guess. Says sup, Claymore. Salute to you, man. Hope everything's good, man. So I actually talk of SD in the building. Yo, talk of SD, man. I did get your text message late. I was laid up. Didn't even read it. I read it obviously a little too late. I responded to you, when I finally saw it. But yeah, we got to build. We definitely got to build. We got some things we're working on, right? So good to see you in the building, man. Shout out to Malante Davis in the building. Salute, Malante. Good to see you in the building, man. Scrolling down, I already said Mr. Big Play said Clay playing chess behind the scenes, making big moves. Hey, man, you gotta make this is beyond just giving good content, right? You also got to make the right moves behind the scenes, and you got to bet on yourself sometimes. You know what I mean? If you really believe in what you're doing, you got to bet on yourself. So, sometimes you get to that crossroads where it's like, all right, we've been doing it this way for a certain amount of time. Are we ready to step it up? Is it that time? Or, are we going to fall back and go in, I decided to move forward, right? You see me here. It is what it is, right? Blaze, Naquan commissioned, Naquan commission with the G at the end. What up from Love from Trinidad? Oh man, salute to Trinidad. Oh my Trini them with the roti and goat. I love a good roti and goat, man. I love a good roti and goat, man. Shout out to Trinidad in the building. Blaze, pound for pound, my guy on the ground right now in Nevada. ATP is out there in the city. Don't get it twisted. Says Clay, I done missed my flight early and I'm chilling in the airport waiting on my new flight in a couple of hours. Well, maybe I should have read that before. Maybe I should have read that before I went ahead in my little rant, but at least I know you're heading out there, man. You'll be there for the weigh-ins tomorrow, and obviously you'll be there for the fight on Saturday, man. So, you know what I mean? Stand fast and stand strong. Don't let the devil trick you out your happiness, brother. You're going to get there, man. Blaze says, this press conference looks crazy, y'all. See all those people? Yeah, that's Blaze. That's the UFC energy. If you ever look at the UFC press conferences, that's how they look, right? The UFC press conferences look just like that. And I know I'm coming down with something. You see, I'm sweating, and it is nowhere near hot in my crib, dog. That is me coming down with something, bro. But we going to get ahead of it, bro. We got a whole cabinet full of something in that cabinet going to get ahead of this because nothing's going to mess up this energy right here. But there's definitely a movement happening right now. There's definitely a movement. When you in that gym life, sometimes, things get a little crazy. But we good, man. But yeah, no, Blaze, man. It's that UFC press conference energy. Man, guys, I can't stop telling you guys how exciting it is for me personally to see boxing, in my opinion, take this next step in the evolution of the sport. What was needed for the sport, from the pay-per-view model being broken down, and yes, with the addition of Dana White, with the infusion of resources and money by Turkey Al-Sheikh and Saudi Arabia. Let's be real with you, with Saudi Arabia, and I know there's a big narrative out there about Saudi Arabia and the sports washing, and that word is it's so toxic at times because I don't understand. I look at it for what it is. Saudi Arabia is deciding to invest their money in the capacity and the way that they're doing it in a sport. Why wouldn't they? It doesn't throw me off that they would try to bring this sport to Saudi Arabia to use it and to help the economy in Saudi Arabia. That's what the money's there for. So I don't understand. I don't understand the fake conspiracy energy, right? You guys, don't you see what they're doing? I think they're being very upfront about what they're doing. I think if anything, in the spirit of a free market, the pressure should be put on the promoters here in America to compete. And if they can't compete, then that it is what it is, right? Ultimately, the fighters benefit. They're getting paid good money to give us to give great fights, and the fans benefit. I don't ever see myself choosing the fights not being made and the fighters not making their money over nationalism. I think we have other platforms that deserve our nationalism. We're in the brink of multiple different wars on multiple different fronts. We saw what happened yesterday. Tragedy. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. We got so many real things going on. I do not make my stand in boxing to all of a sudden become this activist on how this sport is moving. It's a free market, man. The way you fight what you don't like in a free market is with your dollars. Put the pressure on your Oscar De La Hoyas if you're a big Mexican boxing fan. Put pressure on Al Heyman if you're into the PBC. Put pressure on Bob Arum if you're with Top Rank. Put pressure on your favorite promoters to compete, to put on fights, to get these fighters paid. What you're seeing is the result of a culmination of a lot of greed, missteps in business, and ultimately the roosters, the chickens are coming home to roost, where you're seeing the work that the promoters put in. They took in a lot of money. They've gotten really rich, but they haven't invested enough back into the sport. So we are where we are. And when you look at it from that broad landscape and spectrum, you'll be more appreciative of what you're seeing here. To even see what's happening tonight, to see this promotion in T-Mobile Arena, to see this packed out building for people who are coming out to watch American boxing in this way, in this capacity, there should be some gratefulness, man, because it shows a glimmer of light. It shows some light at the end of the tunnel on this journey we've been in, and we're getting great fights off the strength of it, right? It is what it is. So, yeah, man, this event is really, it's really looking like this event's going to be all of that. And let's just hope and pray that these fights deliver, that these fights definitely deliver. Going down here, down the list right here. Let me see here. Let me see. Hold on a second. What was that? Naquan, Blaze pound for pound, talk about ST. Shout out to Fly Frequency. Shelton Moore in the building, man. Salute, Shelton. What's good with you, family? Hope everything's good with you, Shelton. Are we dropping a link? Yeah, I'm dropping a link, man. Ain't nothing crazy going on. We definitely dropping a link, man. We don't got a big show. We're really just covering what's going on, man. Really just covering what's going on here. Warrior Class, I already shouted you out. Let's see here, Mr. Big Play. Clear World, salute Clear. Salute Diego. Salute J Pit City says they already got some off golf. Yeah, it is what it is, right? It is what it is, man. Yeah, it looks like everybody's. I said, what's up? Let me see. JR Box said this whole sports washing claim started with this piece of ish. Zareem Zidane, dude sucks and paints false narratives. Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand how investing, how you would expect. That's like me. If I put my money, if I'm investing my money in something, don't be surprised if I don't try to make my brand benefit off of it. Don't try to paint it like it's some fake conspiracy, right? Oh, don't you see why he's investing the money? He's got his own interest. Yeah, I do. I actually definitely do. Why the hell wouldn't I? You know what I mean? What do you think? I'm just some kind of, what do you guys think? What kind of entitlement do you have that you feel like they should come invest money but keep the sport right here where it belongs? No, it belongs near who paid for it. You know what I'm saying? That's where it belongs. That's their event. You know what I mean? That's like me paying for a party, but you acting like a crab because you thinking I should pay for the party but have it at your house. In what world? No, the party's gonna be at my house. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get people coming or whatever location I pick. I'm paying for the party. You want the party to be somewhere else? You pay for the party. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Tickets are on row 122. Salute to my brother Shelton Moore in the building. What's good, Shelton?
Big dog, what's happening with you, man? Yeah, my partner, I got a partner up there. He's a season ticket holder, and he can't go due to he got some business he got to take care of. So he's just trying to get what he can get for him, man. He hot. But hey, it is what it is. Business first, right?
Always, man. Hold it down for 2 seconds. Let me go turn on fan, man. I'm
coming
down.
I
need some air. I need some air.
Yeah, handle your business, dog. Handle your business. Yeah, Blaze. Yeah, that's the tickets. They front row tickets, row 122. So, you know, if you know somebody, steer my boy's way. I'll hook y'all up and y'all can do what y'all do, man. My other partner called me today, told me he had a box for your boy, man. I could have been in a box. I just couldn't make it, man. Had to sell my ticket. Couldn't make it. I didn't tell you, Clay.
What happened?
You know our boy called me today, right?
Who, Angelo?
Yeah, he had a box for me, bro.
Listen, man.
He had a box for your boy.
That's why I'm making the moves that I'm making, man. That I'm making
exactly.
Right now. Because the way my schedule was, it was just impossible for me to really dive into this space the way I want to. And I had to make a choice, man. I really had to make a difficult choice, to be honest with you. But it is what it is, man. But that's why, because I should have been out there in Vegas right now, right? But
well, blessings to you, bro. And you in my prayers, and I hope everything work out for you, man. I'm pulling for you. And anything I can do to help, let me know.
No doubt, man. But I mean, you helping me every time you pop up on the channel, every time you support the channel, man. It's help, man. So I definitely appreciate you, man. Yeah. Did you get a chance to take a look at the press conference for the prelims yet?
No, they had a press conference for the prelims.
Well, yeah. I mean, it just happened, but we're getting ready to.
Oh no, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I was watching the Skins and the damn Packers.
Right. I assume, you know what I mean, football going on. So, but nah, man, I'm looking at it right now on YouTube. You can pull it up wherever, whether it's Ring Magazine, whether it's The Zone, wherever it's at. But
Yeah, I saw that. It just came on. It just popped on. Is this like the Lester Martinez and Billy and all them guys?
Right. Well, that already happened. So we're getting ready for Terrence and Canelo to come out and do their press conference. But if you look, man,
so let me turn to that because this is only the first quarter and Green Bay already scored. So let me turn to that.
Yeah, no doubt, man. The building is packed out, man. The building is packed out, brother. Like,
I'm sure it is. I mean, you can't like we said before, bro. We cannot listen to these haters on YouTube.
Yeah,
because they talking about the fight's not big, nobody's going. Come on, man.
It's packed out, bro. It's to the floor, man. It looks like it's a concert going on, man. And people are just waiting right now for Canelo and Terrence. I mean, obviously, Canelo always makes these a big events, but man, what a rollout, man! Shout out to Warrior Class 3 in the building, showing love as always, man. I appreciate the color in the chat, man. Says,
let me ask you this.
Wait, hold on. Let me read this super chat real quick. Warrior Class 3 says, with the addition of Dana White, UFC, should the UFC start their fighting careers in boxing to build up the sanctioning bodies with more fights? Hold on. With the addition of Dana White, UFC, should the UFC start their fighting careers in boxing to build up the sanctioning bodies with more fights? No, they don't need to do this, man. I think what people don't understand is there are a lot of boxers around the world, right? And there could be even more boxers, but obviously you have to give them something to sacrifice and give them vested interest to move forward in. I think like the heavyweight division, for example, in America, a lot of those guys who would probably box heavyweight are choosing to go towards football or go in other different directions because there's no money in it. There's no promotion in it. The boxing isn't really thriving like that in the States. And now if you promote it the right way and show them that these platforms are going to be like this, and show them the possibilities, you're going to see there's a lot of fighters all around the world. And the model that I see Dana White and Turki Al-Sheikh and Nick Khan putting together is they're making this league TKO. It's really like a boxing farm, right? Like they're really just looking for the best fighters in the world that are not known, and they're giving them an opportunity to compete in a contender style, tournament style league where the best of the best, the cream of the crop that rise to the top, I believe, are going to get handed right over into Ring Magazine with Turki Al-Sheikh, and you're going to see all the best fighters that come out that league fighting for the regular belts, the WBC belts, the WBO. They're going to compete in these ranking structures. This is a development program. This is almost like I'm trying to say, like a B league for
what you just said. What you just said, bro, is exactly what Dana White said yesterday. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. It makes complete sense. It's
just like the Contender Series. It's just like Dana White's Contender Series. Same thing. Get the best guys from everywhere, put them in camp, let them fight it out. Whoever rises, you get to go to the big show.
Get to go to the big show, man. Get developed to be in bigger fights and compete. Yeah. I think this is going to repopulate the boxing space. Right now you're looking at about 5 to 10 main fighters, you know what I mean, that we talk about, that get rotating. We wait on them to fight, and if they're not fighting, we talk about them not fighting, or we talk about them needing to fight somebody else, when in reality boxing should be something where one monkey shouldn't stop no show. You know what I mean? A fighter who chooses not to fight and chooses to act bougie or chooses to act like their shit water don't stink, sit your ass on the sideline. One thing about Dana White, for example, dealing with big stars like John Jones and Conor McGregor and all the biggest stars that were there at the UFC, when those guys decided to take their hiatus and be superstars and, you know what I mean, not defend their titles, he'd take their titles handed right down. Nothing ever stopped because there was just so much action, and the best was always fighting the best. UFC never lost their stepping. You know what I'm saying? They constantly grew and constantly got bigger, and it was always about the event. It was never really about one particular fighter. It just never was.
Because Dana White, he thinks like a fan. He doesn't think like a promoter. He thinks like a fan. He puts together the fights that he wants to see.
Right. And a business. Right? He thinks about the business like this business needs to be it. Nobody's bigger than the program, man.
Nobody's bigger than the program.
Let me see here. Let me see. Talk of you. Salute Clay. The grind doesn't stop. Great, brother. No doubt. 504. The talk of YouTube. No doubt, man. 100%. BVO with the salams, man. Walaikum salam, man, for sure, man. Rahmatullah. He barakatu, man. 100%.
See,
man.
but what's killing boxing in America, bro, is the NFL and the NBA. Because those two sports are way easier than boxing.
Yeah, I agree.
And you can make a whole lot more money doing something easier than trying to be rich as a boxer. It's just that simple.
Yeah, and a lot safer too, right?
A lot safer.
Your life ain't necessarily on the line. Yeah. You're watching, for example, let's look at Richardson Hitchens right now. I put a little short about it earlier today, talking about Richardson Hitchens, and I'm doing an interview last night with the Danza Project. Shout out to the Danza Project. And he's speaking about, people are wondering, like, all right, well, you're a 140-pound IBF champion. We've got champions all in your division. Obviously, I know you'd like to fight Teofimo Lopez, but we know that Teofimo is negotiating with Shakur Stevenson right now, and it looks like that fight is damn near finalized from what I'm understanding. That's what inside sources are telling me, that it's pretty much damn near done, and they should be fighting in early 2026. But you have other champions. You got Sabril Matias. You got Gary Antoine Russell. And you have an IBF title, which I know you don't want to fight with that rehydration clause. You want to unify. That's the only way you get outside that rehydration clause. But we had one of the Russell brothers on here the other day, and he's like, look, Hitchens priced himself out of the Gary Antoine fight for the unification, right? They tried to negotiate that fight. So he's basically chasing the big money. But at what point, you're chasing the big money, but at what point does the activity start to matter, right? You're pricing yourself out and you're holding up the division in so many words. What are you going to do? So you're either going to defend your title against a nobody and get paid regular money, or you're going to leverage it and go up to 147 pounds and fight up there, which I don't know if that's what you're trying to do, but ultimately you're turning away from the fights that are right in front of you. And Tio did the same damn thing. Boxing shouldn't be held up over shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, if somebody wants to do that, the sanctioning body should have no problem being like, hey, bro, we're going to order this next fight. You're a champion. We're going to order this next fight. And if you don't take this fight or we don't hear nothing about it, we're either going to strip you or you're going to vacate it. We're not playing that game. You're not holding our title hostage, not fighting for the next, year or so, waiting on somebody to hand you $10 million. You know what I'm saying?
And the IBF used to be that way. The IBF used to be the one sanctioning body that, well, you either going to defend this belt or we take it. Now I don't know what's going on with them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's because there was supply and demand, right? Supply and demand, man. And I think that's what how Dana is attacking this, right? And Turkey wants it to be attacked that way, because what Turkey's ran into is trying to make fights with a bunch of superstars with big egos, inflated egos that are like, yeah, I want 25 million, I want 20 million, I want 10 million, I want 50 million, I want 100 million. And it's like, all right, man. So this is the current space of boxing. So when in Rome, I can understand. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in and build up a whole new generation of fighters on the back of you guys. So if I'm going to spend 140 million for Canelo Alvarez, I'm going to stack that undercard with up and coming fighters. I'm not going to sit there and just continue to pay out the superstars and fill up these cards with nothing but superstars spending my money. And we're not even building nothing for the future of boxing 3 to 5 years down the line. We're going to put these big stars as headliners on these cards, and we're going to stack the undercard with the up and coming next generation of fighters that we want to see take over the realm. You know what I mean? Take the whatever.
The mental. So let me ask you this. Here's a question for you. Do we have 10 superstars in boxing right now? Do we have 10?
No way. We've got about 5. We've got Canelo. We got Gervonta. I mean, listen, I'm going to say these names and people might argue whether they're superstars or not. I'm going to say Shakur. I'm going to say Devin. To a degree, Devin. Who else you want to put it? David Benavidez?
See, I'm going to disagree with all of those. I'm going to give you my 5. We got Usyk.
But that's not American.
We got Canelo.
Yeah, I was just
I'm saying in top rank in boxing, the top 10 guys that are superstars. I'm talking about superstars. You got Usyk. You got Canelo. You got Bud. You got Bivol, undisputed light heavyweight champion, and you got Tank.
Yeah. So you don't have Shakur in there. You don't have David Benavidez in there.
No, Shakur hasn't had a really big fight against a really good opponent because I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what he was ranked. Williams Zepeda wasn't that good. He wasn't that good. Still, to me,
he was a fighter.
If you ask me, his best win, Shakur's best win, is Jamel Herring. That's the best win he got.
I don't know, man. I think that Williams Zepeda fight was a good win, man. I think that style that Williams Zepeda brings to the ring is a style that you either gonna be. It's a real test to fight against Williams Zepeda. I think the style that he brings is difficult for 9 out of 10 fighters to deal with, that volume punching style. I mean, there was a reason why he was undefeated going into that fight. I think Jamel Herring was a good fight, but I mean, Jamel Herring, I think Williams Zepeda, in my opinion, would be the fight I gave him most respect for, just because.
Well, let me tell you this. I'm gonna tell you what soured me on Williams Zepeda. What soured me on him was the second Tevin Farmer fight. I gave him a pass for the first one, right? I gave him a pass for that one. The second fight, Tevin Farmer hurt his wrist and his elbow in the third round.
Right.
Tevin Farmer went 12 rounds with that man. With a hurt wrist and a hurt elbow, basically with one arm. He dropped that man in the 9th round. I just didn't call it. You're supposed to be this killer, this volume puncher, this monster, and you can't get rid of a hurt guy in front of you? You're not very good, bro. You're not very good.
How many people finished Tevin Farmer, though? Tevin Farmer's not a fighter who's
the kid knocked him out in 30 seconds.
Right. I mean, he caught him with a shot. You catch him with a shot. You know what I mean? It was a well placed.
I mean, Joe Diaz knocked Tevin Farmer out.
Okay, I'm not saying he's never been knocked out before. I'm saying he's just not easily knocked
out.
I'm
just saying that Tevin Farmer is a decent fighter. He's a decent fighter. But if you are the #1 contender in all 4 sanctioning bodies, you are the best fighter at 135 pounds besides Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis, because that's what they were saying. Am I right or wrong?
That Williams? He was. Williams Zepeda was #1 across every sanctioning body. He could afford any champion.
Then you're supposed to knock him out. If he's hurt and he only got one arm, you're supposed to knock him out. You're supposed to get him out of there. You couldn't do it because you're not what they say you are.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what his next fight's going to be, man. Because I think he wins his next fight. I think Williams Zepeda is a good fighter, man. You know what I mean? I think just Shakur is just that much better, but I still think that Shakur.
I don't think very much of Kid Austin. If you put Williams Zepeda in there with Kid Austin blows through him like paper, like water, like wet paper. He blows right through.
Styles make fights, man. Kid Austin is a good fighter, man.
I'm telling you, man, that dude is not. Oh, look, this is just my opinion. I could be wrong. This is just my opinion. That dude Zepeda is not what you think he is. I'm sorry, he's not.
I mean, what do I think he is? I don't think he's more than what he is, right? Like, I think he's a good fighter. I think he beats 7, 8 out of 10 people who get in the ring with him. I think he's a favorite in most fights that he's in, outside of fighting the elite of the elites, outside of fighting the Shakur. I think, you know what I mean? Outside of fighting people who are exceptional fighters, you know what I'm saying? I think he's that. I don't think he's more than that. I don't think he's above that. I think he's a great dance partner, and I think he's a great test for any fighter who you want to find out who they are. You know what I mean? You put him in the ring. I see somebody put Abdullah Mason in there. I think Abdullah Mason would stop him too, the Cardenas, but I think Abdullah Mason is a special fighter.
Abdullah Mason is a destroyer. Yeah, he's different. Yeah, you're right. He's different. Yeah, you're right about that.
Regular fighters ain't just gonna go up in there and do Williams Zepeda any kind of way. They're not. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, if you try to play the game, like, for example, like, let me give a fighter.
Evan Morataya.
I think
Raimundo Morataya. Yeah, that's a good fight.
You'll get Morataya out of there. I think Williams Zepeda get Morataya out of there, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't think Morataya, or it'd be a good fight if Morataya win, it'd be a good win for him. But I don't think that would be a walk through the park. I think Zepeda could very well beat him. And I don't know if I think I might.
And I think that's. Oh shit! And I think that's the level that he's on. That's all I'm saying, Clay. That's all I'm saying. I think he's on that level. I don't think he's above the Morataya level.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, but Morotai is the champion, right? So what I'm saying is, in this division, in this space of boxing, William Zepeda is a factor because you know what I'm saying.
Yes,
William Zepeda
yes.
can be a champion in this space of boxing against the right fighter.
He's you know who he is back in my day, because you know I'm older than dirt, right? So you know, so you know who he is back in my day.
Who?
He's Ernie Shavers. That's who William Zepeda is.
I like that. Ernie Shavers
can't win the title,
right?
Can't win the title, but he's a good fighter.
And he'll ruin your night if you don't come with your A game.
He'll ruin your night if you mess that. Yeah, if you slip on him, he'll beat you. Yeah, I got you.
I might not be getting ready to be champion, but neither is you. Sit back, take 2 steps back, bro. You ain't gonna be champion either, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ain't finna be champion either. How about them apples? Yeah, you're right. I ain't champion. I got a chair right here next to me, calling your name. Sit your ass down right here. Think that nice. You better come with your A game. Play with me, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's who he is. That's who he is. He's Ernie Shavers.
You know what I mean? I used to say that I'm a Jets
fan. I was gonna say he was Ken Norton. But Ken Norton actually won the belt. So
yeah. Let me see. Ernie Shavers was probably the hardest hitting heavyweight. But okay, I mean, yeah, he's a hard hitting heavyweight. And I like. That's why I said I like the comparison. Yeah. I think William Zepeda will beat your ass if you're not if you're not ready to deal with that. If you're not ready to deal with that volume punching and then that body work and that pace, 100 punches around. He will burn that wood, bro. He will burn that wood, bro. And before you know it, you be in round 7 sucking air, trying to find your way around this dude who's not turning the gas off.
He's definitely you know what they used to call fighters like that back in the day, right? William Zepeda is definitely a truth machine. He's gonna, when you get in the ring with Zepeda, we're gonna find out if you trained and if you in shape. We're gonna find out.
Hold on a second.
He's a truth machine. Oh, that's a catch. All right, boy. That's a nice catch.
Shakur had an interview here on Sway.
What are you talking about? What court talking about?
I haven't seen it yet. I just saw it pop up. Hold on a second. Let me find press conference, man. It's supposed to be on at 9, so it's supposed to start. I'm just making sure I'm missing because I was on Ring Magazine, but I'm like, maybe that ain't the right channel. Am I bugging? Here we go. Let's go. Okay, no, I'm on the right channel. They just haven't started yet.
Hey, bro, it's on both of them. It's on Ring Magazine and the Zone. Right.
I'll just be on Ring Magazine because I figure it's their event. So if anything's going on, shout out to Warrior Class 3 with the super chat in the building. Says more like Meldrick Taylor as far as William Zepeda.
No, because Meldrick Taylor won the belt twice. William Zepeda's never won the belt. So
I think William Zepeda is going to end up being the champion. Though. Mark my words, he's going to get a belt. If it's whether it's at 135 or 140, if he moves up, or I don't know, but I think he will. I think he'll be your champion.
So back to what you were saying, bro. So you saying that who was that was supposed to fight Gary Antoine? That was Jaleel Hackett, was it?
No. Jaleel Hackett is fighting actually tonight.
No, that was the other guy, the 140 guy. What's his name? Richardson Hitchens. So you saying Hitchens priced himself out?
He priced himself out of the fight. His brother, Gary Antoine's brother, Gary.
Mr. Gary. Mr. Gary.
No, not Gary. His other brother, man. You know, one of them Garys. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, one of them. It's like 100 of them. One of them.
Yeah, and he talked with us for about 30 minutes or so. You know what I'm saying? He came on the panel and everything and talked about. We asked him a bunch of questions, but when it came down to Gary Antoine's next fight, everybody thought that fight with Hitchens was going to be a fight that could possibly happen. He said they pushed for that fight, and Hitchens priced himself out. He don't want to make that fight happen. And even in that interview on the Danza Project, he talked about the risk that Gary Antoine and he's both. Let me tell you, Hitchens will speak quite frankly on the reason why he's not taking these fights. It's kind of crazy. Like he'll say, "Oh man, Subriel Matias is a big threat." You know what I mean? Big risk, man. I'm not doing that unless it's the right situation, the right money, the right rules. Blah 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 blah. He's not just gonna fight him to become a unified champion. He's chasing the Devin Haney fight next, or he's chasing a Teofimo Lopez fight, or he's chasing even a Lamont Roach fight. He said he's willing to do it because Lamont would. He speaks kind of frank. I think it's kind of weird, man, to be honest with you. To
How old is Richardson Hitchens?
Well, like 26, 27, 25, 26. I don't know. Like, let me see here. He's not old enough to be acting like that.
How old is he? Let's see how old he is.
He should be fighting. He should be looking to make the biggest fights possible. He's 27 years old.
That could have something to do with it.
I think he's cutting. I think he's cutting a lot of weight to fight at 140.
Yes,
and he needs to move up. I think that's what it comes down to. And he's having a hard time. And he knows once he gets up to 147, it's going to be hard.
He don't have to pop.
Right.
He don't have to pop in the punches.
Nor does he have the leverage to like make the big fights up there. He needs to build his brand up. You know what I'm saying? He wants to fight a big fight so that when he gets up there, he's fighting for the biggest amount of money for the biggest fights because he knows the reality of what's waiting up there for him.
And don't forget about this. Don't forget about this. All of those young guys in that crew, that little age bracket right there, saw what happened to Devin Haney when he miscalculated in that Ryan fight. For
sure. And let me tell you, Hitchens, it almost happened to Hitchens when he fought against Gustavo Lemos, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
That changed his whole entire mindset. With that experience he had, he made it on the other side of that and got the decision when a lot of people thought he lost that fight. He became very aware of his of the landscape of possibilities and things that can happen to him if he gets in the ring with the wrong kind of fighter. At the end of that fight, he was like, man, I gotta really dial back and look at how I'm gonna, because remember that was an IBF title eliminator fight. So he actually earned the fight to Bril Matias next, and all of a sudden he was talking about not competing for that IBF title because he didn't want to fight Bril Matias with that hydration clause.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So
then he
changed his whole
Teofimo. They looked at Teofimo and they saw what happened to him when he miscalculated against Jambosis. They saw him get beat by
Sandor Martin,
and they saw that. They're like, oh, yeah, you can't get in the
ring. Saying, do I still got it? I still got it. They seen him question his whole entire existence.
Yeah, they're like, you can't get in the ring with the wrong dude. Can't get in the ring with the wrong dude.
Not right now.
Yeah, you will get exposed. And really, in my opinion, bro, Teofimo really didn't get exposed. It's just that Teofimo he's not good at leading the dance. Teofimo needs somebody to come to him. He's not a front foot fighter, is what I'm saying.
Teofimo needs to
counterpunch.
He needs to, in my opinion, he might consider making some changes. I don't know what to say because Teofimo, what I see about him when he gets in the ring is he doesn't have no real strategy, real freestyle, real like all over the place. And I don't know if that's gonna serve him well when he gets in front of the elite fighters. And and he seems a little nerve-wracked about it because he's very hesitant, very difficult to make big fights with Teofimo. Very difficult. You know what I mean? Very difficult, and he likes to throw a lot of smoke and mirrors. You know what I mean? I want Terrence Crawford. I want Jerron Boots Ennis. I want a Brian Norman Jr., but nothing ever materializes. Nothing ever.
Have we heard anything about the Shakur fight? Is that still on the works, or
that's what I'm?
It's just up in the air.
Finalized. I hear that it's damn near finalized. I heard that this fight is happening early 2026. That's a fight that's happening. You see, matter of fact, maybe Shakur will talk about it. I see he's got an interview that he just did this morning. So I got to take a look at it at some point and see, see what he's talking about. But,
okay, because that's a good fight for him. That could get him back in the conversation. I mean, in my opinion, I don't think he beats Shakur. I think maybe he has a good showing.
He has a punch,
but I don't think he beats him. Yeah,
he has a punch chance.
Right.
People get upset when I say that. All right, so we got Terrence Crawford making his way out onto the
Okay, let me turn to it. I watched the game. Let me turn to it. Yep. Let me get to that shit.
He's making his way up.
This is a boxing channel, by the way, fellas. This is a boxing channel.
Let's see. See what
T Bud got to say, huh?
But looking like he in his bowl of grease, man. Looking very excited to be up there. Big stage. Bud is embracing it. And look, it's funny because Bud really has found a way to be like, and I don't think people really realize it. He's found a way to feel no pressure because what are the expectations, right? There's no pressure here for me. If anything, we know where the pressure is. That's on Canelo. It's on Canelo. The pressure's on Canelo because Canelo's the one who's not supposed to make this fight competitive. He's supposed to be the bigger guy. He's supposed to be the face of boxing. He's the undisputed champion. All the fans are here to see him. It's Mexican Independence Day. This is the biggest crowd Canelo's ever performed in front of. This is the biggest audience he's ever had to entertain. This is his show in so many ways. The pressure's on him. Canelo comes out with the wife beater on, with the sunglasses on, with the dress pants. Okay, looking slim. He's not overdressed. He come out to put that work in with the shades on, with the dark black shades on. All right, Canelo.
I see him. He got the Dolce Gabbana's on with the boots. He going straight Jalisco on people.
Is he trying to show the physique? Is that what he's doing? Is he purposely trying to?
No, he's going straight Jalisco. He's going straight cowboy.
Yeah. Let's see what he got to say, how he feel about himself. He come out, the crowd going crazy for him. All the press is there. Dana White is the one hosting it, and he's calling out. He says, first question, let's kick it off, UFC style. Let's get it in. Yeah, I mean, you know, they're having the crowd interact, ask the questions. You know what I mean? Which is a UFC thing, but I think they do it in boxing as well. Hold on a second here. I'm trying to. Terrence said he's feeling great, ready to go shock the world. I think a lot of the questioning and a lot of the people who have spoken to Terrence Crawford have tried to, like, you know, bring the fear of, hey, man, this is the biggest event. It's the pressure. You know what I mean? It's the pressure getting to you. And I think Terrence has really done a good job at kind of balancing that out and dealing with that. Let me see here. J.R. Spock says, dude, if T.O.
He's
an idiot, though. Oh, shit, Canelo looks old school.
He's getting booed, but what do you expect on Mexican Independence Weekend?
Oh, yeah, he's not. Listen, man. Let's see. Yeah, Canelo acknowledging it. But look, Canelo doing what he's supposed to do. He's saying this fight is really big, the biggest fight of his career. But, you know, he's pushing it. He's selling the fight. But I think he believes it, though. Mm-hmm. Big stage for Terrence, man. You can see it's a big stage for him. Big stage.
And you guys both mentioned about what this could do for the sport of boxing.
Yeah, basically speaking towards him, ushering in this new era of boxing. Oh, there's my guy, Boxing Source. Look at Boxing Source. He comes up here all the time. That's a Boxing Source.
Hey, I gotta go out and come back in. Leave the link in the chat.
No doubt, I got you. Shout out to the boxing source. Just asked a question. That's what's up. Let's see. Canelo basically talking to how much he loves the sport and committed he is to the sport. And the question was running down the lane of what's kept him dialed in and how does he compete at the highest level every time. Canelo basically saying that if he didn't love the sport as much as he did, he wouldn't be able to compete at this high level. It would be an uphill battle, difficult for him to do it. They just asked Eddie Reynoso a question. I'm not sure what the question is. Salute here for boxing. What's good, family? We got Radio Raheem on the mic. Oh, look at Sean Zytel right behind Gary Antoine, right behind Radio Raheem. Of course, you're asking about David Benavidez, the big question. Oh, Canelo gave that right answer.
So a lot of people are saying you're past your prime, you can't knock out anyone, but Eddie Reynoso is saying this is the best you've looked in 20 years. What kind of a performance are you promising on Saturday night?
Oh, my best performance. I'm gonna put everything I have there in this fight, and you're gonna see all my elements there in the fight.
Eddie said it's going to be a knockout, so we have to ask, what round?
Oh, it's very difficult to say that. I prepare myself for everything, and you have one of the best fighters facing one of the best fighters too. But I'm gonna put all my elements. If the knockout comes, good. If not, I'm gonna show why I'm the best.
And my question for Terrence, we've seen Canelo get close scorecards. He got a draw against Mayweather. He got razor-thin decisions against Gennady Golovkin. How confident are you that you could get a decision if you clearly beat him?
That's not my focus. My focus is to go out there and do what I do best, and that's win the fight decisively, and that's what I'm looking forward to do come Saturday.
Good answer by Terrence. Asking Terrence Crawford how he feels about the judging, and he gave him some examples of some close fights that Canelo Alvarez has been in and gotten draws and decisions that went his way, how confident he is going against the judges. And he said the right thing, which is he can't worry about that. His job is to win this fight decisively, let the judges do their job, and let the fighters do their job inside the ring. And I think that's 100%. Question pressed. Interestingly enough, though, Canelo Alvarez on that David Benavidez question said that he doesn't say no to any fights. He says we'll talk about that later. And then you saw Turkey Al-Sheikh give the thumbs up when he did that. So that was real interesting.
Make those changes to the Ali Act. Will you still invest in the sport of boxing? Will you compete in the market? Listen, if you want to be an asshole, let's do it in private. We can do an interview. Yes, if you want to showboat,
Sean Zattel.
If you have questions for these two that are fighting on Saturday, that's a different story. This isn't a discussion to have.
Sean Zattel confronting Dana White on the Ali Act and on TKO's entrance into the boxing space, and Dana White telling Sean Zattel, let's have a private conversation or let's have an interview where we can Sean Zattel trying to make it about Dana and make it about the Ali Act. He came into this event to confront Dana White about this whole entire entrance of TKO into boxing. That was actually a really exciting little exchange right there. Kind of put Dana on blast right there, man. Dana not looking comfortable, but at the same time, Dana wanted it to kind of go away to say, let's set up an interview, which I thought was an opportunity for Sean Zattel to get an interview. Like, all right, well, let's set that up. You know what I mean? Sean could have maybe capitalized on that. But you can kind of tell Sean Zattel, I saw him standing behind Radio Raheem. He was looking to make Sean Zattel using this moment to make a name for himself in the space, being the voice for the boxing space as it is. But I think that's what it's all about, right? We're in America. It's free speech. And actually give Sean Zattel a lot of respect for taking his opportunity to use it that way. He's been a big time advocate for the current space of boxing and against Saudi Arabia coming into the boxing space and against TKO and Dana White's practices with UFC, being very leery of those practices being brought over into the boxing space. So, hey, man, shout out to Sean Zattel for taking an opportunity to do that, man. Yeah, Diego. Uh-oh.
Thank you. Thank you, my man.
Go ahead, sir.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenas noches. A ver, ¿qué tal el grito de los mexicanos?
¡Viva México, cabrones!
¿Cómo estás, Saúl? Buenas noches. Oye, Eddie, también, ¿qué se siente ser la figura del boxeo global? Van a vender más de 50, 55 millones de dólares para el estadio de los Raiders. ¿Qué se siente, Saúl, Eddie?
For Saul and for Eddie, how do you feel to be such global legends in boxing?
Everybody asking Canelo Alvarez the questions. The people aren't really addressing Terrence that much. So Terrence on his phone, you know what I mean? And I would hope that Terrence Crawford takes it with a grain of salt and understands that this is Canelo Alvarez's event, obviously. I mean, this is Mexican Independence Weekend. This event on his back, on his shoulders. He's a star of the show, 100%. What else would you expect? I think that I would think that he takes it for what it is, and he's just doing his media obligations at the end of the day. But if you're on a stage with Canelo Alvarez on Mexican Independence Day, you can't expect but so many questions to come your way, right? It is what it is. Diego says Sean just drilled Dana about the Ali Act. 100%, man. 100%, man. Sean, you there? I mean, Shelton, you there? Yeah, bro. Talk SD said that took balls, bro. He might disappear in Vegas. He lives in Vegas, actually. Sean lives in Vegas, so he lives in Vegas, man.
Sean's not tell try to show Dana up. He tried to make a name for himself.
Yeah. Hold on a second here. Naquan commission from out of Trinidad says, let's just say Nello rocks Bud at the end of round 6 and Bud drops him in round 7. That will be cinema. Yeah, oh, for sure. To see both these guys get hurt and have to fight back to get into the fight would be interesting. Talk as he says, right, Bud should just relax and take it in. 100%. That's what Bud is doing. Now, Bud's in a great space, man. Bud is in a great space. He can do nothing but dare to be great or be great, right? His worst case scenario is that he tried to do something that most people think he couldn't do anyway, and he'll get the paycheck and he'll go off in the sunset. But if he's going for the greatness and he's going for the big prize, man, no pressure on him. This is just about him putting out his best performance and leaving it all in the ring. Yeah. Yeah, man, he's chasing some real greatness, man.
Who is that? Who is that?
Huh? Oh, you talking about the girl?
Who is that? Woo! Man.
That's those Mexican reporters right there, man. She just asked him if Terrence had his black Air Forces on tonight. If anybody knows, they know. When the black Air Forces go on. Good question.
fight here for the Mexican people, for the American people. So we need to. I'm very grateful with that because you guys can enjoy this fight, one in a lifetime fight.
So basically acknowledging Saudi Arabia for putting the fight in America and saying the magnitude of the fight is what ended up selling him on making the fight when he first decided there was nothing in it for him. But I think we all know the money. We all know it was the money. Speaking on the competitive nature of Terrence Crawford and beating Canelo Alvarez in anything but horseback riding, he just said that's the only thing he thinks Canelo Alvarez could beat him in. Terrence Crawford is the ultimate competitor, man. 100% the ultimate competitor. He's just not gonna take no shorts.
Everybody has their theory about how this fight is going to go. What do you think is the most overhyped thing you've heard about Canelo and Perry Good?
There's nothing really overhyped about it. He's a great, great fighter. Or else he wouldn't be here today. I just think we the better fighter.
They try to get Bomac in there to kind of throw shots at Canelo, but a lot of respect on the stage, and these guys are too smart to allow them to be baited into something they don't want to be involved in. Salute, Mr. Lightning Boxing. What's good with you, family?
Two questions. First for Terrence. Terrence, there's a lot of X's and O's and assumptions around this fight. Come Saturday, what are you most concerned with?
Concerned.
We did all the preparation that we needed to do in the ring. We know Canelo is a tough task. We know everything about him. We know what we up against. And that's another reason why we took this fight, because this is what legends is made from. Taking the chances and the risks like we're doing right now.
My second question is actually for Mr. Alex Sheik. You put on promotions all around the world, and this is your first big one here in Las Vegas. What do you make of the city that has such a storied history in boxing, and it's all legendary history when it comes to big fights? One more time.
We got the cougar in the crowd asking the questions.
With great company, with great platform, with two legends.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
First question is for Canelo. Canelo, you're the only active fighter that's made blockbuster deals with every single major promoter and platform. What are you most proud of? What you've accomplished in the ring, or the business blueprint you're laying for future Mexican stars?
Ooh, I love it. That good question.
I'm proud of everything because I'm very disciplined, very responsible, person.
Go ahead, sir.
Respect
First question for
with everybody, and they know I'm guaranteed because I'm loyal and I'm hard worker.
And my last question is for Bomac and Bud. The last time we see you in a hostile environment like this was the Earl Spence weigh-in, and you made sure to tell everybody that you get.
Hey, Clay.
Yeah.
Clay, turn
Yeah.
your TV down because sometimes it hit you for that.
Okay. Yeah, the questions being asked are actually really good questions. The media is doing a great job, even with Sean Zartel bringing in that little curveball in there. And I was thinking somebody was going to confront Dana White on it, and I think Dana White had to expect it as well. Listen, you're coming into a new space. Everybody isn't going to embrace you, and you come with a background with some things that people could bring up. They're going to bring it up, but I think any of the promoters could be confronted with some bad business practices. But I think this is a real great media campaign here as far as the questions being asked.
These are some excellent questions, bro. They asking excellent questions.
Great media, man.
Crawford is so calm, but Canelo's calm as well. Both of them are so calm, bro.
They both delivering, man. You can't. I'm not taking anything. And great media, by the way, asking those questions. So it's like they're being confronted with everything possible, and they're just dealing with it. And you could just tell both those guys are confident, and they've done all the work they're supposed to do in the gym. I think both these guys had great camps. That's what it looks like to me. They both had great camps, and I'm expecting a great fight, man. No excuses tomorrow or on Saturday. They're asking them basically questions in reference to the magnitude of the event and the actual fighting in Allegiant Stadium being the first boxing match in the stadium and all those things and how that feels. And, they're going to give the proper media trained responses to that. But, they asked Dana White the same question as well. And Dana obviously super excited to be there. But I do think that, the buildup to this fight has been such a crazy buildup. You can kind of see with both fighters that they're kind of past the silliness of it all, right? And this is what it looks like when you have high level fights getting ready to get put on, where these fighters are really dialed into what's going to happen on Saturday. And then they're not trying to sell the fight. They're not trying to be more than they need to be. They're not trying to speak all crazy about each other they're really just understanding the magnitude of the fight. I think everybody in the arena understands the magnitude of the fight, and both of these guys are just dialed in. And like I said earlier, it just looks like they both ready to make this happen on Saturday.
Great fight.
I love it. I love it. That reporter gave a great question there and basically speaking towards the journey to get to this point. And I think that's significant, man. I've been talking about it a lot, man, and it's real inspirational, man. It's very inspirational.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
Right? To know that we're all on our journeys in life, and only the few of us that are blessed to actually follow through and take it all the way to the end and get to that big stage or get that big accomplishment. A lot of us, we know, a lot of us walk away from our dreams. A lot of us start something, don't finish it. It gets hard. I think both these guys, especially in my personal opinion, Terrence Crawford, I mean, Canelo Alvarez also starting at a very young age, you know, being a professional at 15 years old, fighting adult men when he couldn't even find people who wanted to fight him in the amateurs. He had to go and fight grown men to be who he is right now. But the riches he has, the beautiful family he has now, the wealth, the accolades that he's built, the businesses he's built off this. And Canelo just spoke to it to say he envisioned this moment right here, right now, throughout that whole entire journey, just acknowledging the magnitude of this particular event, knowing that one day he'd be involved in something that would change boxing, that would be an evolution move, an era-defining move. And out of all the things he's done in his career, this may be the shining moment of his whole entire career. And obviously, Terrence Crawford, with the adversity he's gone through, dealing with, you know, just with a single mother and his father being in the Navy and, you know, his mother paying people to fight him and him getting his ass whooped and being a bad little dude, you know what I'm saying, in the boxing gym and not making it on the Olympic team, you know what I mean, getting disqualified out of that, getting shot in the back of the head, fighting on the wrong side of the street with Top Rank, trying to make championship fights, couldn't get those fights, lost the Manny Pacquiao fight, lost the winner of Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora. The politics of the sport was just swallowing him alive, pause, and he had every excuse to either comply with what the industry had to offer him or to just give up altogether. And he never did. He stayed betting on himself. He stayed going independent when he had to. And here he is on the biggest stage and one of the biggest era-defining fights I think could potentially be an era-defining fight, literally ushering in a new era of world championship boxing. Let's just be frank about it. Going into this new model of no pay-per-views and being on the stage with no major promotional company behind him, right? Matchroom's not on the stage. Eddie Hearn's not sitting next to him up there. Bob Arum is not sitting next to him up there. Oscar De La Hoya isn't sitting next to him up there. Al Heyman or any representation of PBC isn't up there next to him. He's an independent fighter. And people who threw shots at him, who said he was a bad businessman, who didn't like the way he negotiated, who didn't like the way he carried himself, who said that he overpriced himself and he thought he was worth more than what he was worth in his negotiations with Errol Spence, and he still got his money. And here he is on the next biggest stage, making the biggest bag of money that most fighters in boxing will never see in their careers. After this fight, he is in the conversation with some of the biggest needle movers in boxing history. No matter what happens at the end of this fight, they'll talk about Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford has had a movie-worthy career that's culminated into this point right here. And the same thing for Canelo Alvarez. He's had a very movie-worthy career, man. Both these guys, man, I really don't know if there's any better candidates for this kind of fight than both these guys. And shout out to David Benavidez as well, because I know he deserves to be in this space and he should be the one fighting Canelo Alvarez, but I don't know his story is as inspiring as the stories of these two guys on the stage.
Thank you, sir.
Well, the thing is, like I always say, this ain't too bad for a kid from Omaha who can't sell, right?
Right? Who's not worth it. I mean, yeah, it's inspirational, man. It inspired me, bro. It inspires me, bro. And I love to be inspired, bro. And, when you're a grown man, with a family and you're trying to pursue certain things, bro, it's not easy out here, man. You can resonate with a Terrence Crawford. If you've ever tried to be more than what people said you were, if you ever went against the grain, if you ever tried to defy the odds, how do you not resonate with like my guy Shelton Moore said, a young bull from Nebraska, a little country boy from Nebraska with a dream, man, to be on this big stage. You gotta give these guys their respect, man. You got to.
It's in Nebraska, fool.
They're always confronting Canelo Alvarez on that question about being the best boxer in the history of Mexico, knowing how rich of a history Mexico has in the boxing space. But he always, Omaha, Nebraska, man. My bad. What did I say? Arkansas or something, or Omaha? I don't know what I said. Oklahoma, whatever.
No, the dude said, somebody in the crowd said, "Where's Omaha?" He said, "It's in the Bomax. It's in Nebraska, fool."
Oh yeah, exactly.
No.
They're speaking to the money. They're speaking to the money, and Turkey had to get the reporter together. He said, how does it feel giving Canelo Alvarez $100 million, being the first Mexican to get a check that big in boxing? And Turkey had to correct him and say, hey, nah, you got to twist it. It's way more than $100 million. He said it's way more than $100 million. The crowd goes wild. Terrence tried to get him. Terrence tried to pull him in for the last one, right? He tried to pull him in right quick, try to grab a couple of Mexican fans and say, hey, man, I know I got some fans that's Mexican in here. I know a lot of you guys is booing, and the whole crowd was like, you ain't got a damn Mexican fan in the building. Don't you never get it twisted. But he shouted out Turkey Al-Sheikh, because you got to shout out Turkey Al-Sheikh for putting together something like this for sure, man. Ray, you did you check your email? But I figured you're getting yourself together, getting ready to go to work. But I did send you a link in your email for sure. That definitely happened.
They gonna be crying in their cars, man.
Mm-hmm.
Not as popular as it used to be.
When people,
Do you see that look? Clay, do you see that look?
What look? What look?
You see that look on Bud's face?
What'd you see? I didn't see. I mean, I seen the look, but what look did you see?
Like a little devious, badass little boy. Like, yeah, you don't even know what's coming to you. You don't even know what I'm gonna do to you.
Dana get ready to make this announcement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dana doesn't make the announcement. All right, man. So listen, man, a very controversial press conference. We've seen Sean Zettel confront Dana White on the Ali Act and all those things. I thought that was action-packed. We've seen Canelo Alvarez defend the current state of boxing as Max Kellerman tried to champion Netflix, champion Turkey, champion Dana White, champion Nick Khan, try to champion this new era of boxing that's going to be ushered in. And, you know, Max Kellerman, I think, looks like he felt it necessary to defend Dana a little bit, being that, you know, Sean Zettel did kind of like, you know, confront him in a real way, which I thought was man, listen, man, I thought it was a great move by Sean Zettel to do it. I don't know that he that his intentions were necessarily as honorable as maybe, you know, they could have been. I don't know what's in his head, but I can tell you that I thought it was a great thing because it let Dana White know. And I think the current space of boxing and the boxing fans in the space right now needed that voice to kind of and boxers too, right? Just boxing in general needed that voice to let Dana White know that eyes were on him. We were watching him. We understand your history. And it kind of put Dana White where he needs to be mentally to just understand that this space isn't going to go down softly, that we're going to be watching all your moves. And, you know, the Ali act is a big act of trust, right? To take that act away really allows, I think, Dana White and Turkey and TKO, whatever they're doing, it allows them a lot of freedom. Freedom to do great things, obviously, but clearly freedoms to do a lot of tyrant type moves, right? When you have no regulation, all type of things can happen. And I thought it was bold of Sean Zytel to confront Dana White. I don't think anybody else would have done it. Sean Zytel speaking the way he's been speaking for the past year as far as Saudi Arabia and their influence in the space and what he was worried about, it would probably be nobody better than Sean Zytel to confront him. I thought he did a good job. I think he kept it respectful. Dana kind of didn't like it, right? Dana didn't really like it, but it is what it is. It looks like we're about to do a little face-off. Hold on, what happened here? What am I missing here? Did they do the face-off and I missed it?
Yeah, you missed it.
I had a commercial going.
Really?
Yeah. Hold on a second.
It was not serious.
Nothing? Okay.
Hold on. Trying to come back.
Yeah, Terrence looking him in the eyes, letting him know a lot of respect. Once again, as you're watching this, you can't help but be like, where's the big size difference? Right? Like, I mean, I'm sure the density, but where's the big size difference, right? Like, these guys look like two whatever weight class fighters they need to be to fight each other, right? It's not about super middleweight as far as I'm concerned. It's about these guys look like they should be in the ring with each other when you look on the stage. What do you think, Ray?
Right.
You know, you kind of caught up. You looking at something? Okay. So, you know.
Me?
Yeah, I was asking you, what did you think about them standing on the stage? Does it look like, you know?
Oh no, they look actual side to side. My bad. Yeah, I was watching the whole thing, Clay. And you know what it is? I got you still here, so I'm listening to you on the earpiece as well. And it's a little delayed. But yes, yeah, no, man. It's the shots conspiracy is going to be what it is. I mean, you're going to see them even smaller tomorrow. I was just explaining to my wife. She's like, why does he look like a midget? Or this is, excuse my language, I'm sorry, like a dwarf, guys. And I was like, or a small person. And I said, they look that way because they're shrinking down. They're losing weight, and you're going to see like certain proportions and their body looking weird. I said, so they're going to be small tomorrow. I said, but when they fill in and they get their weight back, you know, they'll look normal. I said, but they're only 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", all these guys. They're not like giants like you think they are. They're just TV, like they say, you know, put the extra pound on you, put the extra height on you too. But yeah, man, these guys are this is intense. I came up for like 5 minutes. Salute Blaze, salute Shelton. I came up for like 5 minutes to say this is exactly what I said it was. And when I told you 2 months ago, like I was like, when everybody was talking about this on the panel, actually it was like a factual month ago. You know, like, yeah, man, this fight's gonna be big, and somebody was up here denying it and they're saying, well, how are they gonna fill up the stadium or that? You know, I'm not gonna say who I think it was, but I went and said the demographic, and I remember they were like, what? I said the demographic. First of all, they're out there in the middle of the home of the most dominated Mexican area of the United States, which is the Midwest. Not to mention, you're not far from Mexico. So the demographic of this alone is going to be serious. The significance is going to bring that. Then you've got the biggest fighter in the world there, which is Canelo Alvarez, right? And you're going to bring people that are millionaires and globally understanding that this fight's going to be huge, and they're going to want to be there because it's going to be a first time in a stadium. Then you have Terrence Crawford and real boxing pundits that know who Terrence Crawford is, they're going to be there. That's going to make a huge backing. And the fact that he's American, that's also going to bring the rest of America with us, because some people still in America want to see Terrence win. And you know what? The support is there for both fighters. The demographics going to be obviously the offset. We can see that in the crowd. I heard you even making a point to that in the commentary, saying like, yeah, Terrence was trying to get the last little Mexican fan base, and it ain't happening. And that's exactly what it was. So, yeah, man, that's exactly what he needs to do. And he's going to win them over, win, lose, or draw, because of the fact that he is fighting Canelo Alvarez. And this is great, man. This is great for what it needs to be. And I can't wait. I really can't wait for this fight on Saturday. I can't wait for this to be here tomorrow for the weigh-in. I can't wait. This has been a big week. Unfortunately, I work overnight, so I had to sleep last night. I was up all night, man. Crazy yesterday. I went to work late, so I was like, man, I can't do that again. So I said, let me tap into Clay, man, and say what's up to everybody before I get out of here. So yeah, this is a great thing for boxing, man. That the crowd was crazy. So all the people out there that was hating on this fight, to all the people that was saying it was never going to happen, to all the people that were saying all the negative stuff, pie in your face, shut up, because it looks like it's going to be the biggest fight of this era, this generation. And you mad that your boy, my boy, Earl Spence ain't a part of it, and I know what it is y'all mad at, but it's cool because Terrence did his thing and he's representing us, and I have no problem with it. Shout out to Canelo and Crawford.
No doubt.
I don't even have no problem with the haters. I don't. I just have a problem with the disingenuous haters. Look, they say, "Oh, I'm a fan of Crawford, but I just don't like the way he does business. I don't like the way he does this." Then you don't like. Just say you don't like the dude. Just say that. I can respect you more. I don't like the dude. I want to lose. Cool, I get that. But you try to veil it and shield it with, I just don't like the way he handles business, or I don't like the fact that he lied to Errol, or come on, man. You just don't like the dude. None of that has anything to do with you.
I like that part, what you just said. He lied to Earl. Okay, he did do his thing in the beginning before the Evanesia fight. Okay, everybody was upset about that. Everyone, including Bud fans, was upset about that because it made him look bad. Right?
No, they weren't. That's a lie. That's not true. Because Bud, the problem with that fight was, Bud said, "I want to fight this year." Errol said, "I don't want to fight till January." Okay, so I don't need you. I'm gonna fight this dude.
Hold on, Shelton. That didn't happen that way, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that another day. I gotta go to work, so I was trying to cap this up. But so the fact that they wanted to do the oh, you talking about the rematch? I'm not talking about the rematch. The fact that they came into the rematch situation, and Bud was trying to close it out, and Earl was the one that kept pushing the fight back. They were supposed to fight that year. Earl ended up going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth with them. Bud was trying to get everything right on his end, and apparently they came to some agreement, and it still got pushed back because of certain situations. Earl had an eye surgery late December or whatever it was, so he wasn't ready for no fight in March, May, June, whenever it was. Man, y'all can take it for what it is, man. That man had an eye surgery before that, right, or whatever he had before that, and he was pushed back almost a year. So when was he going to fight in 2020? What was it, 2023? He wasn't going to fight him. It wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen in 2024. And when that contract took his place, guess what happened? Bud jumped in the ring, got it done. So I'm an Earl fan, and I understand what it was. The fact is that people can't see past their damn nose, man. Despite their face, they can't, man. They just want to be, they're so hateful and it's ridiculous. But, you know what I mean? On that note, man, I'm going to drop the line. I got to get out of here and get to work. But I just wanted to kill it, man.
Hey, have a safe night, bro. Be safe out there in the streets.
So salute, family. We'll talk tomorrow. We'll build tomorrow, man.
Absolutely. I'll be up. All right.
I thought the event, there was a lot of points on the event. I definitely want to get Just Blaze. I said Just Blaze.
Just
Blaze pound for
Blaze.
pound.
Blaze, my man. What's up,
Blaze
Blaze?
Paper Pete. Hey, real quick, I'm in a line right now. I'm about to
Right.
board the plane right now. Now, I wasn't going to even make the press conference if I wanted to because my earlier flight wouldn't have landed till 7:45. So I'm about to
Right.
get out to Vegas. I'm about to find out what's popping. I'm at the Luxor. I'm a half a mile away from Allegiance, and there's a whole bunch of stuff jumping. So I'm about to go out there and see what's popping. What I have said is just the through line with this particular fight with Canelo and Bud is the quintessential professionals. And as you can see, they don't care about the talking no more. They talked a little proud. They shot a little bit of shots. They don't even want to shoot shots at each other. They're ready. You see Canelo. Canelo probably heard what they were saying about, oh, he's dehydrated. Oh, he's fake. He came out there in his tank top like, look, man, I'm ready to box right now. You know, this is going to be a great fight, man. It's my first fight. It's my first fight in person. You feel me? And it's one of the biggest
Oh
fights of all
man,
time,
I'm
man.
excited for you, bro.
So you know,
History.
I'm just a fed, man. I don't got to care about no toxic. I'm looking at the comments. I don't care about nothing. You feel me? Like I say, shout out to La Rosca, Viva La Mesica, all my brown brothers and sisters out there, man. And it's USA, it's FBA, Bud. You feel me? Straight from the Bud. You feel me?
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. For
And so,
sure,
you
man.
know, I'm just super excited, man. You know, it's looking good. It's looking like, you know, we all coming to a head. It's looking like Turkey and TKO and them guys is really doing their thing. I'm interested to hit the ground. I'm gonna hit the ground. I'm gonna go live later on the night on my channel, Blaze Speaker
Okay.
PTV, just to get a sense of just what the nightlife looks like and the atmosphere looks like as I'm in close proximity to Allegiant Stadium as I'm a half a mile away. So I'm gonna hit the ground, you know, chop it up with my day ones. It's on my channel. And, you know, particularly my guys who play Undisputed, because I do want to give a plug before I leave. Again, if you are in Las Vegas and you got your kids with you or you are a gamer, the only game, the best boxing game that's ever been made is Undisputed on PS5, Xbox, and PC. They got 10 of the top content creators that'll be locking up in a tournament at the HyperX Arena at the Luxor Hotel from 6 or 7 p.m. tomorrow until whenever. Right. And they're going for a WBC belt. Shout out to Steel City. You know, and them guys did it organically. They didn't go to Steel City, seeing what they were doing on the underground, and they came to them. And there isn't even a big community of Undisputed. But JMMA, shout out to JMMA. You know, this guy put together a content creator league. It got on SCI's radar, Steel City, who created the game, and they invited them all out, 10 of them. They're going to give them a tour of Undisputed Studios where they do the body scans of the fighters to get them into the game. And yeah, they're gonna be doing their thing tomorrow night. So if you guys is in the boxing and you guys in the gaming, and you know, please show up and support it because there's not a lot, but this is the beginning of something special. And with that said, man, I'm out, y'all. Peace.
No doubt. Appreciate you popping up, Blaze. Fly safe, man. Talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, man. Listen, the press conference was a great press conference. I thought. I mean, if you asking me standout wise, what happened in that press conference, it was definitely the Sean Zattel moment with Dana White. That was a big standout moment for sure. And I also think that Max Kellerman and Canelo Alvarez, a little bit of maybe a disagreement, or maybe Canelo was trying to make a statement. I thought that was an interesting moment. Shelton, any standout moments for you?
Yeah, Canelo was telling Max, I don't want to hear that about MMA, boxing being more popular, MMA being more popular than boxing. No, I don't care. Boxing is boxing.
Right.
He stood up for boxing, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate that as well. I think what Max was doing, though, not saying that MMA was necessarily bigger per se, but I do think he was talking about the best. Max Kellerman, I think, falls into a category like I think a lot of us do. And even the ones who don't want to necessarily give the accolades to Dana White necessarily, because, you know, you're going to talk about some of the issues that the UFC may have had with some of the fighters and some pay disputes and certain contract disputes and things of that nature. That ended up in court and how they may have ended up, however you want to look at it. But the reality is what Max Kellerman, I think, was acknowledging was the success of the UFC and the fact that the UFC was built from the ground up with nothing, a failing business model that Dana White and the Fertitta brothers were able to infuse a lot of ideas and a lot of, they gambled a lot, right? Bet on themselves and built this organization up to be one of the top sports entertainment machines in the American space and in the world in so many ways, right? and just basically saying that what that man did over there, he's going to bring over here to boxing. And I think, Canelo speaking up for boxing, saying no, boxing's always been big. That is true, but I think it's be disingenuous to not acknowledge that the trajectory of the sport has been going in the wrong direction for many of years. And you can blame it on whoever you want to blame it on, but the reality is that the sport has just been going in the wrong direction. And you can tell that because of the lack of network interest in American boxing. ESPN wasn't covering it like that. I mean, they did their deal with Top Rank, and, they brought on Tim Bradley and all those guys, and, they tried to do a show, but they really didn't cover the sport that way. Showtime got out of boxing. And Amazon really hasn't really been embracing boxing with the PBC like you would think they would. And I think that's because they don't see the profit in it. They feel like the business model is lopsided, right? It's going in the wrong direction as far as, okay, Al Heyman, you're doing a good job of getting your fighters paid by convincing us to give you a lot of money, convincing us that we're going to see our money back in the future, whether it's 10 years, 20 years, 15 years, whatever you're giving us as a forecast to look forward to and seeing. But the reality is your fighters are getting richer. You're definitely getting richer. But as far as the network is concerned, we're not making out worth anything. So obviously the business model was flawed. And I think what Max Kellerman was speaking on was, hey, man, don't boo boxing's potential last chance in the atmosphere that we're in right now with boxing. Don't boo Dana. Don't boo Turkey. Don't boo this event. This event may usher in a whole new energy in boxing that boxing needs. And I think he was being honest with that and being genuine with that. I mean, Canelo Alvarez, I thought it looked kind of weird to kind of see him basically disagreeing with Max Kellerman, knowing that your biggest payday, your biggest contract ever is based off of these guys coming to the sport. So you, out of anybody, should be able to resonate with what Max Kellerman was trying to tell the community that was booing. I don't know. I thought it was kind of weird. I know it was kind of weird. I thought it was kind of weird.
Well, because you got to understand, people forget. Yes, that dude lives in San Diego, but that dude's a Mexican, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where a lot of American boxing fans get it twisted. Boxing is not just an American sport; it's a global sport. So other people in other countries, boxing is way bigger than the UFC. And I'm thinking that's what he was speaking to. Now, in America, the UFC is bigger than boxing. That's just a fact. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I think
Paramount Plus didn't spend $7 billion on boxing. Paramount Plus spent $7 billion on the UFC.
Right. So I think from Max Kellerman's point of view, he's speaking towards the American boxing space, right? He's not talking about
that's what he's speaking towards America, yeah. And Canelo was speaking for the world.
Right. And I don't know, maybe he was, right? But and then I say maybe because Canelo Alvarez isn't boxing. Canelo Alvarez isn't boxing all around the world, right? Like that's not what his audience really is in real time. His audience is really in America and in South America, as far as Mexico is concerned, which is really just assimilated with the American boxing space, right? It's not really different. It's pretty much the same thing. So Max, I think, was being clear to communicate, like, you guys haven't been holding boxing up as far as the fans and as far as the promoters. Even to the point where Max Kellerman wasn't even in boxing anymore to a certain degree. He was watching it, but he wasn't doing the shows. They took away his show that he had, whether it was on Showtime or wherever it was at HBO. I'm not too sure where he had his show, but they took it away. The American space disconnected from boxing. And this move that Turkey's doing and bringing in Dana and Nick Khan and bringing in the technology and production of the WWE and all these different things, bringing all these things into boxing is going to help boxing be as big as it could be. And what did Max Kellerman say? Big as the NFL, big as baseball, basketball, big as all these organized sports that are making billions and billions and billions of dollars every damn year. Boxing should be there, and you need some structure. And I think, you bring the mentality of a Dana White into a space like this, it's a good thing. Now, you got to keep your eye. Things can go wrong. Dana can drop the ball, but at the end of the day, a real competitor in a free market like this, you put a big amount of money into it with the Saudi Arabia, and you put somebody like Dana White who has his finger on the pulse of what's going on in America, I think you have a chance of some great things happening. Let me see here. Beyond the Media says, but the sport relies on American money. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? That the sport, like, is there some denial or something? I don't understand. What do you mean it depends on American money? I think there's an argument to say that the sport is depending on Saudi Arabian money right now. I don't know. HBO, but the sport pisses off too many fans, things of that nation. The success, okay. I think boxing does better when Americans are doing well in boxing, without a doubt. And I think that's why Turkey's here and putting on the event. He understands that, and he's acknowledged that as well, right? Like, he acknowledged the heavyweight champions, that boxing does better when there's a black heavyweight champion. Like, he spoke on these made comments about things of that nature. But yeah, man, I thought the press conference was a great press conference. It had some standout moments. What did you think about the question being asked to Canelo Alvarez about David Benavidez? How do you feel like he reacted to that, Sheldon?
How he was gonna react, we'll see, because he don't want to fight that guy. There's nothing. Look, they gave him $150 million to fight Bud Crawford. They offered him the same $150 million to fight David Benavidez. He'll take it for Bud, but he won't take it for Benavidez because he doesn't want to fight that guy. He knows what's coming. He knows at his stature, as great as he is, he's a skilled fighter. Yes, he is. But as great as he is, he can't beat that kid.
Right. I mean, I think the answer he gave, I can tell you right now yeah, thanks. I can tell you right now, the answer he gave Turkey gave the thumbs up to the answer. And I think what I saw is that Turkey hasn't given up on making that fight between David Benavidez and Canelo Alvarez. And that Canelo didn't turn the fight down on the stage the way he normally is. He's normally very negative towards it, and he wasn't. And Turkey seemed to, give the thumbs up of, we're working on it. So I don't know, man. I think they might have pumped a little, maybe it's false hope, or maybe it's hope into the idea that fight may still be alive, that there might still be a heartbeat in that fight, pending the results of Saturday night.
The only way Canelo Alvarez takes that fight is if he loses Saturday night.
Well, if he loses, there is no fight, because unless he goes up to heavy, maybe I guess he goes up and to challenge of David Benavidez. If he loses that fight, I'm telling you, there's a rematch clause. There's going to be a rematch. It's period. He's not walking away. He's not walking away. You know what I'm saying? From that situation and moving on to the next.
Who says Bud will accept the rematch?
No, it's happening. It's happening. Bud's taking the rematch. The money's there. Bud's not that type of person. He's going to give Canelo the rematch. He's going to acknowledge the fact that Canelo didn't have to take that fight, that Canelo, showed him the love. That fight's happening again, bro. If Bud wins, I'm 100% sure he's going to do it. You can't predict the future. You never know, but I'm super confident that Bud takes that rematch 100%.
And you know what? You just said something that convinced me. You're right. Bud is that type of guy where you gave me a shot, now I'm gonna give you a shot.
That's how he's gonna feel about it. Yeah, that's how he's gonna feel about it. That's the same thing he did with Errol. He's gonna stand on his business, and he's gonna be an honorable person about it. That's how he's gonna carry it. I know it. I believe it. I'll be shocked unless he retires. You know what I mean? If he decides to retire, he retires. But if he's still fighting.
But that's what I'm thinking, bro. I'm thinking win, lose, or draw. This is it. This is what I'm thinking.
I don't think win, lose, or draw. I'll be honest with you. I think Bud has 1 to 2 more fights before he leaves the sport. At least 1 more fight, if not 2. If he gets really beat on Saturday, if that's what ends up happening, God forbid, if Canelo really just, knocks him clean out or something like, something crazy, I can see him retiring and walking away from the sport unless he can convince Canelo to give him a rematch. But I don't see that happening. I think worst case scenario is going to be a super competitive fight all the way to 12 rounds, and Bud will lose a decision. It may or may not have to do with the politics of the sport at that point as well, as far as how that looks. But yeah, man. Hold it down for 1 second for me, Sheldon. Can you do that? I'm gonna go take a piss.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Go ahead, do your thing. You saw the presser, y'all. I think the fights come on in 30 minutes. I think there's gonna be some fights tonight. I know Richardson Hitchens is on the card, so they got fights from the Fountain Blue. Yeah, we can sit up and kick back, watch some boxing. Waiting on Clay to get back. I'm watching the Skins get pummeled right now. They're getting smashed by the Packers. Wow. Yeah, guys. Clay should be back here to go take care of some business, I guess. Put it in the chat. What did you guys think of the press conference? Did you guys think either guy looked nervous? I thought they were both super professional. I thought both guys handled it like gentlemen, like professionals. And they're at the point now that all the talking's over, no more digs at each other, no more this, no more that. They're just ready to fight. I can't wait. I think it's going to be a great fight. As you all know, I got Bud beating the guy, but I think it's going to be a great competitive fight. That's all. That's what I'm hoping for. And at this point, Clay, with the professionalism that both those guys showed just now, I mean, I'm picking Bud. I put my money on Bud, but I really don't care who wins, bro. Both of those guys are consummate professionals. They're consummate professionals.
Yeah, 100% they are, man. They exuded the professionalism you want to see in a sport like this. Between two fighters, and that's what it had to be. I think both those guys, you can't do nothing but respect each other. You can't do nothing but respect each other. I mean, both these guys cannot be discredited. You look at Canelo Alvarez with 4 belts on the table, 2 Ring Magazine belts on the table. I mean, Terrence Crawford didn't have all his belts, but we know that he's undisputed in multiple weight classes and also a champion in multiple weight classes. Their resumes speak for them. So, listen, the work has been put in. It's been done. You can see it. And the moment of truth is going to be on Saturday. Tomorrow we'll see him at the weigh-ins, and we'll see what they come in at. I'm looking forward to see what Bud comes in. Does he hit the 168 mark, or does he come in like 165, 166? Does he embrace the athleticism, or does he come in underneath 168, however it looks? And Canelo Alvarez as well, interested to see what he hits on the scale. Does he hit 168 exactly, or does he come in 167, 166 on a scale? That may speak to the kind of fight that we're going to be looking to see on Saturday as well. I am believing in this particular fight that the psychology is going to play a huge part in this fight, because the psychology is going to show as to whether or not these guys believe in themselves or not, because I think both these guys have a brand and an identity in the sport as far as how they approach boxing. And when you see them get in the ring with each other, if they go against that grain, if all of a sudden Terrence is fighting in a different way than we've ever seen him fight before, or Canelo's doing that as well, it's going to kind of show how much confidence these guys went into the ring with. Because I would expect them to bring the best versions of themselves, the most winningest versions of themselves that they've been able to do with the opponents in the ring that they fought against to that show with Canelo. And if you see him switch it up, it's going to kind of throw shots at the psychology going into the fight, in my opinion. What do you think about that, Sheldon? Oh, you got a bad connection, Sheldon. You might have to go out and come back in. I don't know. It's really bad. Yeah, we can't hear you at all. Let me see here what we got going on in here, man. Plays Pound for Pound TV says, I thought they were poised and ready for Saturday. 100%. Salute to H Beppa 1978 says salute Clay, great content as always. No doubt, man. I appreciate you. We're waiting on these fights to come on. There's some fights coming on, and I want to see him. I heard Shelton talk about Richardson Hitchens. He's not fighting on this card. I think he's confusing him with Jalil Hackett, who is fighting on the card tonight. Hitchens is not fighting on this card, from what I understand. At least I could revisit and look at it, but I don't remember Hitchens being on this card. Let me see here. Beyond Above Media says, Canelo was thinking, I wish y'all would stop booing. I don't know if he was saying that. Naquayan Commission from out of Trinidad said he's a man of commitment. Hold on. He's a man of commitment. Something Nello know very little about. Oh, something Canelo knows very little about, man. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to say he does. I for the most part, I think Canelo's always showed a lot of integrity when it comes to the boxing sport, right? I mean, we can have our disagreements with his opponents at times, and this whole David Benavidez situation specifically, as far as how he's handled that. But for the most part, it's always been a very honorable, good sport about boxing. You know what I mean? Always showing boxing the ultimate respect. So I thought both guys did what they did, man. I thought it was great. The David Benavidez situation, I thought stood out for me. I think they kind of gaslit the space a little bit. I think a lot of people got their hopes up based off of his answers. Obviously, the biggest conversation for him is going to be what's in front of him, which is what he told the crowd, that he was looking at Terrence Crawford and wasn't looking past that, but that he kind of led us to believe that conversation wasn't dead and he'd entertain it. After this Terrence Crawford fight, and Turkey seemed to kind of co-sign it with the thumbs up. That was good. Dana White has a tall task in front of him, though, right, ladies and gentlemen? Let's be honest. He has a tall task in front of him. Boxing is not ready to embrace Dana White, is what I saw. The space is very leery of Dana White. There's a lot of history Dana White has with the UFC, and a lot of disputes on pay and the business model. A lot of fighters, a lot of veterans in the game aren't necessarily embracing Dana, right? So Dana just has to take it one step at a time, right? He has to put his best foot forward. He has to put on the best events, the best fighting the best, and, pay these fighters accordingly, not overpay them, but, pay them accordingly, right? It is what it is. Talk of, as he said, just heard Sean was escorted out for his antics during the show. Oh, okay. Well, I can imagine that would happen. You know what I mean? I want to talk to my brother Blue Blood, because I know he's there for a fact that he was in the building, and see how he felt about the response of what happened with Sean Zartel. Let me see here if I can get Blue on the phone. He probably ain't going to answer it, though. I know he's probably not going to answer it, but let me give him a holler. Maybe he might answer it. Maybe he might pick up. Maybe he might get picked up. So Sean Zartel gets escorted out the building, and I think he was willing to get escorted out the building. I mean, if you're going to ask questions, and I thought what Sean Zartel dropped the ball was not asking Terrence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez any questions about the fight, because now it looks like you came in to disrupt the event, which is, that's why I said, as far as the honorable intent, was there any honor in the intent of what Sean Zartel did? Was he really trying to be the journalist, or was he trying to confront the whole event and the legitimacy of the event and the integrity of the event, which is kind of like heckling the event? And I think Sean Zartel came off that way a little bit. He was a little bit on that heckling mode, right? It'd have been different if you'd have been like, okay, I asked Dana White those questions, but let me ask the fighters, hey, man, I'm sure he could have came up with good questions for Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. He didn't do that, right? He just used that moment to confront the whole entire integrity of the movement of TKO, of Turkey Al-Sheikh, and of the event. And I don't know. I think it was a little disrespectful, you know what I mean, to go that way without asking questions to the actual fighters. A lot of privilege there, right? A lot of privilege, and some people might say just a lot of hater energy. There's going to be a lot of people who celebrated what Sean Zartel did. They're going to say, oh, he stood up for boxing, and that's what's up. I mean, I think everybody's going to have their personal opinion on that, right? I think everybody's going to have their own personal opinion on that. Go Get the Money says, I'm a Bud fan. I want to know how they're going to give Bud the win when Canelo has a 3 fight contract. Oh, listen, it's there to be done. I believe the truth will prevail in this fight. I do not believe the politics of boxing is going to show up on Saturday. I'm praying it doesn't. It's not a promise it won't, because we know that it can. But I'm optimistic that it won't. I believe that the right man will get his hand raised on Saturday. That's what I believe. I believe whatever decision ends up coming up from the judges, inshallah, we will all be in accordance with that decision, that these fighters will leave it in the ring and that there'll be a definite winner that we all can tell. And I believe the judges pick the right one. But also, there's always stopping a guy, right? So if Canelo can stop Terrence or Terrence can stop Canelo, then that takes it out of the hand of the judges, and that gives us, that's the best result in the fight right there. When you don't need the judges, right? It is what it is, man. Let me see. JR Spock says Claymore Rain, Luke Thomas, and Ariel are dancing a jig right now. Are they? Let me pull them up. Are they on Ariel Hawani's channel or on Luke's channel? Let's see. Hello, Hawani. Let's see. Oh, they're not on right now. Are you saying they're happy or something about the event just in general? That must be what you're saying. Yeah, because I definitely don't see them up right now. They're definitely not running no lives right now. But yeah, man, what Sean Zytel did, it's a standout. I think he's going to get a lot of fans, probably a lot more subscribers. People are going to stand with Sean Zytel on this because you got a lot of boxing fans in this space that don't like this event. They don't like this event, right? Oh, okay, JR, I got you. They just don't like this event, and we know it, right? And Sean Zytel is definitely somebody who's been very outspoken about not liking this event, not liking the idea behind this event. And it is what it is, you know. It is what it is. But listen, one monkey don't stop the show. No pun intended. You know what I'm saying? One monkey don't stop the show. Let me see here. Tomorrow, though, for sure, they'll have some content. And yes, just happy about Sean calling them out. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I thought it was a good thing. Like I said earlier, there was a good part about it as far as just kind of getting Dana White on his toes, just to let him know that the boxing space is watching him. But once again, you know, time and place for everything. You're in the arena. You complained about not being invited into the Los Angeles event last year with Terrence Crawford and Majimov, and they let you in this time, and you just basically validated why they didn't let you in the first time, right? That's all you did, right? You validated them. You made them go, that's why we didn't let him in last time. Please get him out of here, right? He's not here for anything. He's not here for the sport. He's here for a narrative. He's not giving he's not looking at this investment that we're doing as a conglomerate to bring this sport back. He doesn't care Max Kellerman's there. He doesn't care Andre Ward is there. He doesn't care Antonio Tarver is there. He doesn't care a bunch of fighters on the stage are getting their biggest paydays. Terrence is getting a payday. All these guys who weren't working in these different organizations are being employed and given an opportunity to be part of this movement. He just more so selfishly doesn't want the sport to have Dana White in it, and he doesn't want the sport to have Turki Al-Sheikh in it. So he pushes back at it. It's all good. Let me see here. JR said, Claymore, I'm not happy about Sean, Luke Thomas, and Ariel. I'm not happy about Sean, Luke Thomas, and Ariel are, though. Why do you think they're happy? Why would you think they're happy? JR Spock, why do you think Ariel and Luke Thomas are happy? You feel like maybe, is that like they kind of happy that the competition's gone a little bit? Oh, man. Let me see here. Let's see. Beyond Above Media says, unless Dana has some control over the sanctioning bodies like a commissioner, then he can't really do that much. Yeah, 100%. And I think that has to be acknowledged as well. Beyond Above Media, right? That has to be acknowledged that Dana is been given a job and an assignment to do something for Turkey. He's not taking over any of the sanctioning bodies. He's not bringing in all. Really, there's the boxing as you guys know it, as the people who want to celebrate it, as far as having Golden Boy in control and Top Rank in control and maybe Matchroom Queensberry, all those different entities in control of boxing, they still have an opportunity to bring boxing and deliver boxing to the space and make some of the biggest fights possible, because they have the control over the biggest stars in boxing right now. It's up to them to do it though, right? But as long as they're not doing it, I would hope that Sean Zattel is willing to confront Bob Arum or Oscar De La Hoya or any of these guys and confront them as well and let them know as well that, as much as I'm pushing back at what Turkey's coming in here doing, Dana's doing it, when are you guys going to step up and put these fights together? When are you guys going to step up and stop it with the across the street politics and allow these fighters to fight each other and allow championship boxing to be what it can be in America? I hope he would take an opportunity to confront all those guys the same way he did with Dana, right? It is what it is. Guys, 33 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting that like button as we step in the building. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that. We've got about 13 minutes before the boxing match actually kicks off. That's why we're still running this live. I want to cover the fights, waiting on them to kind of go off here. It's supposed to start at 11. Let me see here. Being confronted. I'm interested in what some of these spaces are talking about with that. Yeah, man. That was interesting. I hear you. That's been a problem for a while. Yeah, man. It really has been. Claymore Rain, they've been banned from attending the UFC pressers, and they constantly harp on UFC pay and their contracts. Okay. Who? You talking about like Sean Zattel and those guys? Are you saying those guys have been banned from the UFC pressers? Go get the money, says Desi. Correct. What I'm saying, he has another fight left on the contract, and I'm wondering how that would go. Okay. Ooh. Waiting on these fights, man. Tired as a dog. Let me see here. Trying to see here. These fights should be starting shortly. What is this going to be on? Is it going to be on YouTube or is it going to be on the Zone? We're 10 minutes away pretty much. Let's see here. Okay, we've got Max Kellerman and Mike Carpenter speaking. And let me say something else, right, ladies and gentlemen? Right now, I'm watching a panel right now, right? Inside the Ring is doing a live special. We've got Lennox Lewis on the panel. We've got Jai Opata on the panel. We've got Roy Jones Jr. on the panel. I'm trying to see who else is on the panel as they're going through it here. Let me see here. And we've got Mike Carpenter on the panel, and we got LaShawn McCoy on the panel, right? Talking about this fight, covering this fight on an ESPN level type of energy. Guys, I just don't care, right? You just can't deny. I don't know, man. I don't know how you don't embrace this. How you don't embrace this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get how you don't embrace this. I just don't get it at all, man. All the champions are embracing it, and everybody can make it about money. Or Lennox is getting paid to be up there, or Roy. That's why, bro. It doesn't matter. Everybody's supposed to get paid. It is a job. Nobody's doing it for free for the PBC or for free for a top rank. Everybody's being paid. The bottom line is the proper moves are being made to bring boxing back from where to where it used to be. And Canelo could say whatever he wants. Boxing's always been big, this and that, brother. I think he was kind of, I ain't gonna lie, I think Canelo was kind of kissing the ass of the audience a little bit. I don't think he was being honest. And I don't know if boxing wouldn't have benefited better to not support Max Kellerman defending what was going on in boxing. I don't know that it helped boxing. I don't know that it helped boxing to do that. It is what it is, man. Boss, he said he's tired. Let me see. This is one of the most exciting fights in a while. 100%. Yo, that's crazy. Sean is Sean Porter's boy. Yeah, for sure. Beyond Above Me, it says, I can't get enough content. I'm watching every video on YouTube. 100%. 100%. 100%. So the fights are going to be on Netflix, huh? Is that what you're saying? So let me put it on. Let me get my remote and put it onto the big screen.
I make you look away first, and somebody got to force you to look away.
It doesn't necessarily mean something, but maybe it does mean. Maybe it might.
Hold it down for me, guys. I'll be right back. Back at it again. Back at it. Let's see if this fight is on Netflix. Charlie Sheen. I don't think that fight is popping up on Netflix. It's about that time. I don't know. I think it's going to be on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying to find where this fight's going to be. That's one thing I think they could have done a better job on. I'm going to be honest with you guys, is just kind of putting it out there on all the platforms it's going to be on, because searching for it, there's no thumbnails. There's no thumbnails for it. it's getting ready to come on. We're about 5 minutes away from the fight, from this event starting, and I have no clue. I'm just scanning the internet as to where to watch the fights, right? I'm assuming the Ring Magazine YouTube, or it's not on Netflix. I can tell you that. I don't see it being advertised there, so I don't know. Yeah, they just got to work on some things. They definitely got to work on some things. I should know exactly where to be at what time. I should be straight dialed in to the schedule and where to be at. I shouldn't have to do all of this scanning the web that I'm doing right now. It's kind of frustrating, to be honest with you. I shouldn't have to scan so much. It should just kind of make sense. Wherever it's supposed to be, it should be where it's at. Let's see, Ring Magazine. Maybe he's gonna come on Ring Magazine. You gotta assume it's coming on Ring Magazine. And like I said earlier when Ray was on here, that face off. Listen, they are in front of each other, looking like they're supposed to be in front of each other. I don't see what everybody sees, man. I don't know. Maybe the night of the fight, it's going to be just a complete different energy. I don't see it, man. Bud doesn't look, I mean, honest with you, beyond above, Bud doesn't look insane to me. Bud looks dialed in, man. Like, listen, man, Canelo looks dialed in. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think everybody looks dialed in, man. I'd like to see what Sean Zartel says. I don't know, man. Sean Zartel really made a moment for himself. And I think he's going to get a lot of attention, and we'll see what kind of content he builds off of it to kind of like let the space know exactly what let me see here. Salute, Sheldon. We're 1 minute away from 11 o'clock. Where are these fights going to be at? Mm-hmm. Everybody knows that Bud feeds off of being doubted. He's never gotten the respect that equaled his talent level. So all them boos, Bud took that shit personal. Bud takes it all personal. You know what I mean? That's the only thing that makes somebody compete at the level that Bud competes at. When you're talking about somebody who won't even let you win a spades game, he won't let you win a checkers game, he won't let you win a chess game, he won't let you win a game of golf, a game of basketball. He doesn't care. If you play rock, paper, scissors with him, he's not letting you win that. That's called personal. That's a personal person who takes winning as a way of life, not just as a something happening in one particular fight. He sees winning as a part of life. Winning is important to Terrence Crawford, without a doubt. Talk about Z. I'm trying to find it, man. I'm trying to find the fight, man. I don't know. I think they did a bad job of advertising this fight, man.
How do I sound, Clay?
You sound good.
All right.
I'm trying to find a fight right now, man.
Did you go to Dasman Boxing?
I'm gonna check right now. I met Richard Sloan. I feel like I did. Hold on, let me make sure I did, because if it's who I think it is. Oh no, it's not the same dude. It's on the zone. Oh yeah. Here we go. Here we go.
Where is it, Clay?
It's on the zone.
The zone?
Yeah, it's on the zone. I should put it on my on my TV. I actually don't need it. I could put it right here on my monitor. I'm good. But of course, there we go. Salute, Sonny Augustine. What's good, family? We're waiting on these fights to kick off, man. Waiting on these fights to kick off. Did you think, Sean? I mean, Shelton. Did you believe that? Do you feel like Dana White was wrong for not answering the questions right there? Do you feel like he should have gotten into that? Entertained Sean Zettel with those questions.
No, he was right because, like he said, you want to do an interview with me, we can talk about whatever you want, but this is not the time for that. This is about these two guys. Why are you trying to hijack the press conference, the biggest fight in the last 10, 15 years, talking about my problem with the UFC? The UFC has nothing to do with what we're talking about today.
100%. I agree 100%. And the Ali Act is not on the table. Everything is, this fight is operating underneath all those rules that they need to be operating under. So what do we? I agree, man. I think
what's not about tell this? He's what you call an opportunist.
Right.
He figured he could bully Dana White into answering this question, right? Because of the magnitude of the event, and just maybe try to force him or embarrass Dana White to answer this question, but he doesn't understand Dana White don't care.
Right.
That's why he finally responded. If you want to be an asshole, then that's cool. You can be that. Just set up an interview with me and we can talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about.
Period. I agree with you 100%, man. I mean, like I said, I think there's a good thing that comes out of it though, right? For as far as Dana White understanding, just kind of setting the temperature and understanding that Dana knows, like, okay, I gotta be on point because any little thing I do left or right, they're gonna come get me, right? But at the same time, coming from Sean Zettel is somebody who I've always respected his journalistic integrity when it came to the sport of boxing. I really did. If you watch his lives and things of that nature, he's a great analyst. He understands the sport. He's a great historian. But I do feel like ever since Turki Al-Sheikh has entered the space, and this is my personal opinion, ever since he showed up to that Los Angeles event with Madrimov and Terrence Crawford, and they didn't offer him credentials, he's been real butthurt since then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's really in my personal opinion, it's like you kind of shown your true colors. And what I mean by that is, why would you? I don't mind you holding Turki accountable or Dana accountable, right? But an event like this helps American boxing.
Right.
Where is the support for American boxing? You have to show me how this helps American boxing out. How does this help?
It doesn't. So it doesn't. Not to ask that question. Not to ask that question in this setting. It wasn't the place for that.
100%. It just didn't. It just didn't make sense. And what it makes me say is, bro, you're here for your own personal reasons. You're trying to go viral. You're trying to,
that's all
you're trying to make it all about you. And I think that's all it was, bro. I think somebody
that's all it was, bro.
I think somebody who stands there and claims to be always standing on the high moral ground and always being the person who's on the right side of things. And that, I thought that was real weak of you. You know what I mean? Because you kind of put out this persona or this narrative of this honorable person who's just trying to do the right thing. You're a thinking man. You're a critical thinker, brother. You went to college. You're a journalist. You know damn well that didn't help nothing. All that did was take away from the event. And like I said earlier, you didn't even ask Bud or Canelo or anybody. You didn't speak towards this event in particular. So you showed disregard for the actual event itself, showing no interest in what was going on with the event, and wasted the opportunity to speak on the event and the magnitude of this fight and allow the fighters to still sell the fight and help American boxing. And you made it all about your opportunity to look like you're somebody special or some sort of activist or some sort of leader. And in this particular space, you got a lot of fans that are going to jump behind him, man. They're going to support him.
Because the thing is, those are people. Only people who are going to support him are people who already got an issue with Dana. They talking that Dana don't pay his fighters. He's trying to strip the fighters of their rights, this, that. And most of these people who are saying this, bro, really don't understand how dirty and vicious the sport of boxing really is.
Right.
Because they see Canelo, they see Bud, they see top guys like Charlo and Benavidez, and these guys are making decent money, right? But most of them guys on the undercard are making like $5,000-$10,000.
Where's this
It's
music coming
dudes
from?
that's fighting on these undercards that have jobs, Claymore. They gotta have a job.
100%.
This TKO league is not for Terrence Crawford. It's not for David Benavidez. It's not for any of those guys. This is for the guy who stocks shelves at Rouse for $30 an hour at night. You know what I'm talking about, the 11 to 7 shift, the late shift, you know what I'm saying? The 8 to 8 shift. And then he goes home for 2-3 hours, goes to sleep, eats something, goes to the gym, trains for 4 hours, and goes back to work. That's who the TKO league is for. The Johnny Rices of the league.
The Josh Padleys of the world, who, you know, the Josh Padley who got an opportunity and had to come off of an electrician job, had to come off the roof or some crib, someone like, what? And take his opportunity and make it happen to get so he's able to train full-time as a boxer.
Right. The Johnny Rices of the world who drive a forklift all day and then fight at night. You know what I'm saying? Those type of guys. That's who this is for. But he ain't gonna make as much. The UFC dudes don't make as much. Yeah, but the other boxers, if you never heard of these guys, the guy that comes in to fight Troy Isley, he don't make that.
Yeah, he's
cringe.
He's kind of cringe. He's kind of, I don't know, bro. It's sad to kind of see go out there because I know he's playing like he's righteous, but I don't know. I just feel real people can see through that and see there's nothing righteous in what you do,
that's because it's not that he asked the question, bro. It's not the fact that he asked the question. He's actually right to ask the question because the question needs to be asked, right?
Right.
It's just the timing of it shows how disingenuous you are.
Right. And Dana offered you the interview. He offered you the interview, which would have been a great interview. I think it would have been great on your channel.
Here's the biggest problem. And here's the biggest problem. Sean Zeitel knows Dana. Dana knows Sean Zeitel, and they both live in Las Vegas. So you had no reason to do that.
Not
you had
at
no
all.
reason to do that.
That was weak, bro. It just was weak. I'm trying to pull up the actual. Again, bear with me. I'm actually going to pull it up because I seen, by the way, that salute HL. How you doing, man?
I just saw this flunky debacle, and then you're on here. You guys are talking about it, so I'm glad.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was weak of him, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
That shit was weak. That shit was weak, bro.
Been doing that. This guy Zattel has been doing that shit, bro. He's a PBC guy, and he's on their helmet and doing that shit for a minute.
Yeah, but that moment, like right here, hold on, I want to play this moment right here because I noticed Ring Magazine didn't get at me for playing their content for educational purposes, so I'm hoping that they continue that, and so I can continue to do things like this. So we'll see. I ain't making enough money on YouTube to not risk it, so I don't care. Here, check it out. Right.
Fans still
look at Sean's
call for David Benavidez once this fight is done. Is that a fight that you can see happening before the end of your career?
Look, I never say no to anything. We'll see later. But I'm focused 100% on this fight.
And there's Turkey Alshi giving a thumbs up. So that right there let me know that I think he kind of gaslit. What'd you think of that, HLD, that moment right there? Do you feel like that David Benavidez fight still has a heartbeat?
It does. I've been always saying that. It's just not at our time. It's just not at when we say it.
Right.
It's when that man says it. And nobody wants to believe that. He's not retired yet. He ain't done with boxing. But he's cashing in them fat checks in the meantime.
Yeah.
So he's going to, he'll probably do a Terrence Crawford, a cash out versus Benavidez. If I kick his ass, awesome. If I don't, I'm walking away with $200 million. So that's what he could be doing.
Now here's Sean Zartel here looking like, I ain't gonna lie, bro.
This guy's a fraud, bro.
He is, bro. It's just not a good look what he did, man. That was so weak of him, bro. It just, I'm be real with you. He's the kind of dude that will put your business out there to make himself look good in the weirdest place.
Bro, he's that. Look, can I be frank? Can I be frank?
Yeah.
He's that white trash liberal craphead out there, bro. That's what he is. He's that motherfucker. He's the one doing shit that nobody's asking you to do. Yep. He's that emotional, unstable bitch ass fool.
Now what it was, now see, go ahead, play it. Go ahead, play it, bro. Go ahead, play it.
Combat sports history, the second biggest gate you've promoted alongside Mayweather McGregor. The top 5 gates in combat sports history come in boxing, and they come in the last 10 years. So my question to you is, why then do you want to make sweeping changes to the Muhammad Ali Reform Act that is meant to protect fighters to bring about a business model that currently has your company already paid out $375 million in antitrust lawsuits and has 2 potential pending class action lawsuits on the way as well?
Well, this is obviously a long discussion. If you want to talk to me about that, set up an interview. This isn't about me and my business. It's about these 2 guys on Saturday night.
Absolutely right.
Now, he handled that like a professional because he knows Dana is a beast when it comes to the business of combat sports and putting on these events. He's not squeaky clean by any means, right? We're not sitting here defending Dana in any way. I'm sure that, and by the way, I'm sure some of any of your guys' favorite promoters, if you audit all their business transactions they've done, I'm sure Oscar De La Hoya can have a moment
let me say this, Clay. Mm-hmm. Let me say this. You don't get a net worth of $650 million if you're squeaky clean.
Exactly. Right.
Look, he's honoring his stockholders, and they fucking happy.
Exactly.
They fucking happy. So you know what? All this other stuff, it just doesn't matter. This guy's trying to be a martyr. He cut his career. Oh, he just threw it away right there.
I think he gets in nowhere. He gets no credentials off the. I heard they escorted him. Shout out to my guy Talk of SD who's out there on the ground. Says his people are telling him that they escorted Sean out the building.
Play it out, sir. Those who haven't seen it, because there's a reason why he got escorted out like a punk ass.
Right. Here he comes.
Follow up, Dana. Earlier this week, the California State Athletic Commission had a hearing about TKO trying to bring those changes to the Ali Act, and it was postponed 3 months.
Listen, I get it. You want a showboat right now. Set up an interview with me if this is really what you want to talk about.
It's America, baby.
You have questions for these 2, ask them and you can set up an interview with me.
Dana, my follow-up is, if TKO can't make those changes to the Ali Act, will you still invest in the sport of boxing? Will you compete in the market?
Listen, if you want to be an asshole, let's do it in private and we can do an interview.
Yes or no?
If you want a showboat, I get it. If you have questions for these 2 that are fighting on Saturday, that's a different story.
Fight.
This isn't a discussion to have at a press conference for these 2 that are going to fight on Saturday, 2 legends. If you want to set up an interview with me and ask me these questions, let's do it one-on-one.
Sounds good.
You can ask me anything you want.
All right. Well, Terrence and Saul, have a good fight.
Yeah, you have a question for these 2?
No.
No? Beat it.
And I think that's what made it trash. Right? Yes. That you're up there, and fine, you confronted Dana, right? You confronted him, you asked him all these questions, you try to make this whole scene about it and confront him in front of the world. That's cool. That's what's up, right? But you didn't even ask Canelo or Terrence any questions.
It's not cool.
It's not cool.
I'm saying
there's nothing cool about that. Because okay, look, let me ask you this. You're a boxing fan, Clay. You're a boxing fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
HLD, you're a boxing fan, right?
Yes, sir.
Is this not the biggest fight we've had in the last 10 plus years?
It's supposed to be, yes.
I think so.
It's the biggest fight we've had about the last 10 plus years. So why would you come to this event with 2 of the greatest fighters of this generation getting ready to fight each other and ask a question about Dana White's business practice. That has nothing to do with what's going on tonight or tomorrow or Saturday.
You know,
you was up there trying to make a name for yourself, trying to showboat, like HOD said, look at me, I'm standing on the side of right for the fighters. Dude, you're a piece of garbage. You're an opportunist. That's what you are. And everybody in the world now got to see it.
No, but the low IQ out there, if you go on Twitter, the low IQ in our community think he jumped off the top rope off on Dana. I'm like, what? Is that what you guys saw? You saw some ignorance get blurted out in the middle. This is like you going to a wedding and it's the moment of the toast. It's like at the moment of the toast, and you're supposed to talk to the bride and the groom, and then you're gonna start asking the reverend or the pastor who married him, yo, man, I heard you cheated on your wife. Is that true?
Exactly what that was, HLD. That was a great example. It's literally that. You're here for a wedding, two people are being married, and you take this opportunity to confront the pastor who's marrying them, right? Hey, pastor, you cheated on your wife, you did something, everybody kind of looking like, okay, maybe the pastor is a piece of crap. Maybe the pastor does have a chalky, background.
Yeah.
But this is not the pastor's event. So why are you taking away from the actual two people who get married in here to use this moment to make yourself a spectacle in the middle of this event and be the talk of the whole entire event?
Yo, man, look at Crawford's look. Look at Turkey Al-Ashid's look. And Canelo, bro, he's Canelo. He'll fuck him up right there if he needs to too. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You know what I mean?
I know that. I'm shocked Canelo didn't say that. Hold on,
what my biggest question? You know what my biggest question is now? I wonder what Sean Porter is saying right now.
I've called him out.
Anybody who affiliates himself with him is gotta. It's like you gotta address it. You've got to address it. You can't not address. It's an elephant in the room. You got to speak on it. You know what I'm saying? You got to speak on it, bro. You can't just ignore. I want to pull it up to when Max Kellerman actually I think Max Kellerman pretty much felt like he needed to speak on behalf of, because Sean Zettel made the event look bad, right? He hurt the event. So let's see here if I'm correct. I believe. Hold on.
He said freedom of speech. I'm like, yo, let me ask. This is a private event, motherfucker.
Right. This ain't the
like really the audacity to even use that in this climate as we are standing today, talking about, yo, bro, you're in a private event. You have to get credentials for this. It's not about freedom of speech. There isn't any of that. This is not a public place. It's not.
Let's play this part real quick right here. Hold on. Let's play this part right
here. Go ahead, bro. I'm going to ask a question after.
It seems like he wants to defend it a little bit. Let's see what Max has to say.
Just left off. I see you, Shakur. Look, what does it feel like? A lot of boxing fans here. So I'm a boxing fan. I know what this feels like. It feels like your birthday or it's a holiday or something. You're about to open a present when you get a fight like this. Am I right? It feels so... Let me tell you why boxing might be entering a golden age right now. And this super fight, which is the biggest fight in a decade, might set it off. Because you all love boxing, right? I mean, especially Mexican and Mexican-American fans, you've been keeping boxing alive. And for the first time in so long, the people bringing you this present love boxing. Let me start with His Excellency, Turkey Al-Sheikh. Let me start with him because if he's never born, none of us are here right now. This was his idea. And then Dana White. Dana White is the greatest combat sports promoter in my lifetime. He built an institution. You know why boxing's not as popular as it used to be anymore, right? UFC is really popular. That's because of Dana White. He built something like the NBA. Stop now, because he's about to do it for boxing again. For boxing now. You want an NBA or an NFL in boxing? Here it comes. Because he knows how to build an institution. And how do you do that?
How do you guys feel about that before we go any further, as far as boxing being at the level of an NBA or NFL, or the institution that he's speaking on it, which in my opinion he's talking about structure, right? He's talking about an organization of the sport that we may have not seen in our lifetime, that kind of supersedes all the politics that we've had to witness. How do you feel about that, what Max Kellerman's saying so far? Is he out of pocket? Is he exaggerating? Is he on point? Where are you guys at with that?
It's exactly what we've been always asking for in this sport. That's the damn wild, wild west. This Ali Act is trash. Let's just call it what it's a trash thing. It gets wiped with their asses. Everybody looks for the loopholes. They just have to hire an extra guy to cover the other guy that does the other guy's job, and whatever is else in between. Ain't no real protection. Ain't nobody, no matter what, the fighters always have to succumb to the pressure of the promoters and the networks, because they're the ones who have the money. Either you're going to dance with us or you're not. And if at least we're some structure, and that there's something that, hey, we can fall back on and hopefully establish a freaking union for the fighters, like all these other structured sports have in America. Yo, that would be what is needed. It's going to take breaking a few freaking eggs, reset everything up all differently, and have to then get used to it. And it's not going to be perfect right off the bat. No, it's not. It took the NBA many years. Bro, you go back to the 70s and the NBA was trash. But it took the vision of someone back in, I think it was when did old boy get in 83, 84? I forgot his name. He passed away, the former commissioner. And he brought NBA to where it is now. Not this dude that's down there now, but the guy
David Stern.
David Stern. Thank you. And it wasn't perfect. And that's what's going to happen with boxing. It's going to be like that for a little bit. But if this man he has the money for it, and he wants it, God, man, this is what we need. There should be no issues.
Yeah, I think the issue is I remember I won't bring up my ex-wife because I'm married a second time, right? My first wife.
That one. Yeah. We gotta say that.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But her father was a pastor, right? He was a pastor. And I remember I used to say things, and he used to always say to me, he said, "Clay, I hear your heart," right? And when he say that usually meant that, I hear you talking, but I hear you talking from your heart, but what are you actually going to do, right? And I think the Ali Act on paper was set up for a good reason. But I think in reality, what you're saying is what the reality is that these promoters have been found the loopholes, been found and figured out how to navigate around that, and they've been robbing and doing these fighters dirty like the Ali Act wasn't there. So it hasn't been effective. But what it looks like it's effectively doing is monopolizing the sport in a way to where a new company might want to come in, a new body might want to come in and redo some things in the sport that could be better, but the Ali Act gets in the way. It ties their hands up a little bit and what they can do in a positive way for the sport. So taking away the Ali Act doesn't seem to in real time protect the fight, take away the protections of the fighters, because the fighters aren't protected anyway, because the promoters are getting around the Ali Act. You hear the fighters talking about it all the time. Shout out to Low Nose Boxing in the building. Low, what's good, family? How you?
First off, get this Puerto Rican off the panel. Now I'm joking. That's my brother HLD. That's one of only 3 of Teofimo Lopez's fans, along with my brother.
Oh man, we're not starting that right off the bat.
What's good, brother? Yo.
No, he got 4, low. He got 4 now. You can't forget about Punch Drunk. He got 4.
Yo, this is not our battle. We're gonna keep it like prison. This is not our battle. This is between the Mexicans and the blacks. We got nothing to do with this. That's all good. Yo, shout out to everybody on the panel, man. God bless everybody. I'm gonna be honest with you. This dude was glazing. Am I bugging out, or was he honey glazing? Max Kellerman was glazing Turkey. He was glazing Dana White. He was he came out and said, if it wasn't for Turkey being born, this wouldn't be possible. Like, bro, Turkey is not Jesus Christ. He was really glazing Turkey out of Sheik. Canelo had to calm him down and say, listen, boxing is still boxing, because he was glazing the UFC. Am I bugging out?
Yeah, you bugging out. You bugging out.
Yeah, I don't think he was. I mean, listen, without a doubt, I think somebody said it in the chat here that he was definitely doing some damage control, right? Because Sean Zattel had finished confronting Dana and pretty much discrediting the event, right? Taking away from the event. So here he comes in to just remind everybody that, hey, man, this movement, these people are coming in to add to the sport, to make boxing better, to fix all the complaints that the fans have been complaining about. You guys have been talking about the best fighting the best. You're talking about the mandatories not being honored, the structure, the champions being protected and not having to defend their titles against their mandatories, and all these different things that we've complained about in boxing. These guys have come into the sport as boxing fans. He's saying that we have people with money coming into the sport who actually love boxing and want to represent your interests. Don't get it twisted. And acknowledging that if Turkey wasn't born, that it wouldn't happen. Yeah, I can see him glazing a little bit there, right? Because it doesn't mean that Saudi Arabia wouldn't have found a way to get involved in the sport. But
Canelo had to check him, though. Canelo had to check him.
But I believe that I believe Turkey's love for the sport is why Saudi Arabia is investing in the sport. I believe Turkey being willing to take the sport, that interest in the sport is why Saudi Arabia invested in the sport. There's an argument to say that. But I mean, he might have been glazing.
Let me ask Lo a question. Lo, what did you think about that bullshit stunt that Sean Zeitel pulled?
That was corny, bro. Like, why are you going at Dana White right now? This is not the time or the place for that right now. We're talking about the fight. You know what I mean? That's why Dana was like, listen, man, we can have... Dana looked like he was kind of riled up. He wasn't really feeling that. He was like, listen, man, we can have this conversation, you know, behind closed doors in the spectrum.
He offered the man an interview. He said, I'll give you an interview and we can dive all the way into it.
It wasn't the time for that. What I will say this, Clay, last time we spoke about this event, I felt like it didn't have that big fight feeling for the week, but now it's kicking in. Fight week has kicked in, the promotions kicked in, and like I said, bro, I'm very, very excited for this fight. And like I said before, I'm gonna keep the same energy. This is a 50-50, 60-40 fight. The fans made it this way. And the truth is, it really is, man. Because, you know, at the end of the day, Bud Crawford is really a special fighter. Bud Crawford is the most consistent fighter since 2015. The man only had one hiccup, which was that tight fight against Madrimov. Canelo Alvarez has been the face of boxing ever since Floyd Mayweather retired. And he's been on the pound-for-pound ranking for a long time. And he started at a smaller weight class. And being that Bud fans, you know, feel Bud Crawford walks on water, let's keep the energy. If Canelo beats him, this is the greatest win of Canelo's career. And if Bud Crawford beats Canelo, this will definitely cement Bud Crawford as #1 pound for pound, because being Canelo overtakes everything Usyk did. And if Canelo beats Bud, I'm gonna give Canelo #2 pound for pound, because Bud is still the smaller man. But yeah, man, we're not gonna diminish the win for either of them. If Marvin Hagler would have gotten credit for beating Ray Leonard coming out of retirement, then Bud Crawford is a killer. Canelo deserves the credit for that, and vice versa.
Yeah. I hear you, man. The fights are on, by the way, guys. By the way, the first fight is going on right now in the zone right now. Tally and Holloway, two guys I'm not familiar with. They look like some damn heavyweights. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know what they are. Maybe they're cruiserweights or heavyweights. Big dudes.
Hey, Clay, did you tell me that you heard that Zeitel got escorted out of the building?
Right. Yeah.
Good for him. Good. You want to fuck with me, Dana? You want to fuck with me at my event? Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
I think he screwed himself big time. I think he's going to make a lot more enemies than friends with what he did. I think he kind of threw it away. When I understand, he's a reporter for the Raiders. So he doesn't his bread and butter ain't in boxing. That's kind of like his little side thing he's doing. So, you know, his family ain't gonna not eat. You know what I mean? I think he's unofficial, like he writes for the Raiders. So
for how long you think now?
I think he's made some enemies. I think he's made some enemies, man.
Bro, you buried yourself throughout the whole industry. That doesn't matter what area you're in. You know you're gonna get blackballed now, bro. And the thing is, it was just not the right time or place. He knows that. He's done a piece on Twitter like several times in different pieces I've seen him do, and it's the same type of thing. He thinks he's making a, you know, he was talking everything about Turkey and all this and that and all the other extra business stuff and trying to then tie all the other things that happened in Saudi Arabia to the boxing thing. And like, my man, it has nothing to do with it. You're just trying to like, look at me now, like what he just did right now. And I called him out on that. I'm like, bro, what the hell are you doing? I'm trying to look for it because I remember I called him out like, bro, you don't sound genuine at all. All you're doing is just trying to give me the me thing, and it's just pathetic. Everybody, like I said, low IQ. Every low IQ person, like I said, you go on Twitter and they all think that was great, man. That was awesome. He stood on business, man. And I'm like, no, bro. He looked like a freaking retard. And I bet you any of you guys who've been saying that that's great, I know you ain't making no damn 6 figures. I know you ain't in no 6-figure bracket. I know that for a fact you're not. Because that you cannot handle shit like that way. You can't. That's not what you do. And so I know this guy screwed himself. I know he screwed himself bad. And it's gonna and the repercussions will be coming because it was not the right place for it.
It really wasn't, man. And there's no getting around it, man. Like there is no getting around it, bro. Like there's no getting around the awkwardness. And you know, like Radio Raheem does a show with him. He goes on a Sean Porter show. Bro, you're gonna force their hands because these guys actually eat off of boxing. You know, Radio Raheem is he lives in the UK.
Yo, Clay, I gotta take this call, my brother. I'm gonna try to jump back on. You heard?
Please do, man. Looking forward to see you come back on, man.
Salute, everybody.
Yeah. Radio Raheem lives in the UK. These events that Queensberry's doing, that Matchroom is doing, that all these events, the big fights with Daniel Dubois and Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois and Joseph Parker right now heading to Fabio Worley. These are all gonna have Riyadh season all over them. Riyadh season is all over the top rank events. Riyadh season is hosting PBC events. They're part of a lot of boxing. I would say they're connected to probably about 70%, 60 to 70% of what boxing is doing right now.
Yep.
The people like Sean Porter who has a commercial spinning with DAZN, and you know that Saudi Arabia owns a percentage of DAZN, the whole network. They own a percentage of it. You're going to force their hands as people who are supposed to be friends of yours. They're going to have to make a decision because the affiliation with you can legitimately bring them some energy that they might not be looking forward to get. You know what I mean? However you want to look at it. I mean, boxing scene.
What's going to happen is this. A lot of people are going to be like, look, we're not going to give you no interview as long as that dude is there. Or we're not going to do no more business with you, Sean, as long as you got that dude on the show.
You never know, man. I'm telling you, this sport is a very the politics. Yeah, I legitimately can see it. The politics. I mean, when you're talking about Riyadh, we're not going to affiliate with that. That's on you to put on that fight. That's on you to pay that purse. That's on you to do that. We're not affiliated with it. If you're affiliated with him, those conversations get interesting, bro.
He could have handled it so much.
Remember this, HLD. I don't have a problem with him asking the question because the question needed to be asked. It's the timing and the place where you did it was all fucking wrong. And you did that. You didn't do that because you're so in love with the sport. You
bro.
You did that shit to try to go viral, to do it for yourself, to pump yourself up. You're an opportunist. That was an opportunistic thing, and you're a piece of shit for that.
No, I want to finish playing this right quick because I want to catch what Canelo did. And I want your opinion on Canelo's response to what Max Kellerman did real quick.
Hey Max. Boxing is always bigger and big. Don't say boxing is not big enough. Boxing is big. You know how big is boxing.
Should it get bigger, yes or no? Should it get bigger, Canelo?
Maybe it's gonna be bigger, but look, boxing is always big and big and bigger and bigger and bigger. We need to talk about that too. Boxing is boxing.
I love Canelo in English, by the way. I love
Boxing
it.
is boxing.
No lies. No
No
lies.
comparison.
How do you
No
do it?
comparison there.
So how do you do it? You have someone like
My respect for all of their sport. Great job, everything, but boxing is boxing.
you have someone like Turkey Al.
Okay. So right there, any opinions on Canelo speaking up for boxing?
He was standing. Yeah, he was just standing on the truth and blood of the sport right there.
Mhm.
Boxing at its best is the biggest.
Right.
Period.
I agree.
That's what he's standing on, and I can't take that away because that motherfucker lives and breathes it, and it is. It is. It's not that it's just that. Yeah, is this man gonna help? Yes, but he didn't like that the connotation that it came out as that it's a puny sport and that it's not worthy of the grandeur that it has grandeur. At its best, boxing is watched by everyone in the world. So that's what he's standing on. I don't think hey, Crawford was on it too.
Crawford 100% said damn right, and I think what Canelo said was right. I just don't know if that's what Max Kellerman was saying, right? Like I feel like there might have been. I think what Max was really saying was, this guy Dana White has built his sport up and to be one of the biggest sports in the world, and that I don't know if there's an argument there to say does boxing need Turkey Al-Sheikh? Do they need does boxing need Turkey Al-Sheikh? Yes or no?
No. Turkey Al-Sheikh. Damn right they need him. What do you mean? All these fights you've gotten in the last 3 years, you would not have them if it wasn't for Turkey Al-Sheikh. You wouldn't have an undisputed heavyweight champion. You wouldn't have an undisputed light heavyweight champion. You wouldn't have had none of these big fights that you wanted to see if he didn't get involved. Am I right or wrong?
In that respect, you are right. But when you say does boxing need it? Look, boxing was still boxing as it was.
Right.
You know what I mean? Boxing was boxing as it was. And so it's nothing that has changed what we've been seeing beyond the past 3 years is what we've been seeing for the past 40 fucking years. It's the same shit. So the problem is just and so does it need them? No. Do we need them to improve it, to make it better, and hopefully we can have a structure? Yes. He's the man who can bring that structure. So in that respect, yeah, we need him for that. But does boxing need him? Boxing has been around for over 100 years.
Well, let's put the word.
See, but I know you. See, here's the difference. I know you, HLD.
Hold on. Boxing doesn't need Turkey to do what boxing has been doing, but does boxing need Turkey to do what it hasn't been doing?
Yes. Now that's
the point. That's the point right there, bro. That's it right there. Because I've been knowing HLD for 5, almost 6 years, and we was both complaining about the same shit. Why this motherfucker won't fight this motherfucker? Why this motherfucker ducking this motherfucker? With Turkey Al-Sheikh and Dana White in the mix, all that ducking shit's gonna go out the window.
All right, let's let this play.
That's all I want.
The biggest problem that we have.
Yeah.
The biggest problem.
I Tank Davis motherfucker can't tell me he's the best, but you won't fight the best guys in your division. I don't want to hear that.
The problem is with the finicky of our sport as fans, as spectators of the sport, is that we all become fanagers and we're too much involved on the business side of shit. When we don't care about the NBA, we don't care about the NFL player. We don't care about. We just get us the best teams playing in our city. That's what we want, and that's it. And so I can go watch a good game. But in boxing, we fall in love with knowing all these little extra shit. That really, it doesn't matter. Serving my entree, man. Give me my filet mignon. Give me my ribeye steak with my lobster. How much you bought it for, the steak? How much you bought the shrimp for, or whatever? I don't care. Just serve me what I want, and I'm gonna pay for what I want. That's it.
But see, the thing is, though, we didn't have anything else to talk about but salaries and who's making what and who's funding this and who's doing that, because the fighters wasn't fighting each other. They weren't fighting.
Let's see.
So
I didn't see
now,
this in the clip right
if
here.
we can get these dudes to actually fight each other, like we're seem to be getting now, there's nothing to complain about. So, like you said, Clay, you're right. Boxing doesn't need Turkey Al-Sheikh to do what it's been doing. Boxing needs Turkey Al-Sheikh to do what it's doing now. Yeah, that's what we need him for.
I'm going to steal that quote.
Or what it hasn't, or what it hasn't been doing for years.
Yes.
You said what you and HLD have been complaining about for 5 years now. There's boxing operating off the strength of what it's been doing without Turkey Al-Sheikh. Get those questions answered. Check
the real quick on the Ali Act. The Ali Act was created for the style of business that's being handled at the time with what we have.
Right.
It works kind of like for that, but not for what's needed to get done because their hands are tied up. So it was working for the status quo, but for making it better, it's not. You got to start from fresh. But let's see this. What you were telling us that.
All right. Yeah.
Canelo did.
Right here.
You have someone like Dana White, and then you go out and get the most competent executive there is. That's Nick Khan, WWE's own Nick Khan. Guys, this is who's bringing you the event. This event will be the most watched boxing match. I mean, championship level boxing match. I see you, Lennox. Championship level boxing match in almost 50 years because of Netflix. More people will watch this than any fight since Muhammad Ali fought Leon Spinks in 1978. And what we have here are two of the all-time greats. Canelo Alvarez is not just one of the greatest fighters in the history of Mexico. He's one of the greatest fighters, period. And when you're being compared to Mexican legends like Julio Cesar Chavez and Salvador Sanchez, you know you've done something right. And Terence Crawford.
Now, the American market, the boxing space in America is very unique as far as when you look at boxing on a global level, right? When you look at, like, for example, if this was in the UK, that crowd wouldn't have been doing that, right? Like, that crowd would not have been booing nobody. Even if Terence Crawford would have went to the UK and he'd have been fighting the UK's most favorite fighter in the world, right? Let's say he goes over there and he's fighting Conor Ben. They're not booing Terence, right? They're not doing that. Am I right or wrong?
I don't know if it's indicative of exactly what you said. I think it's more indicative that, I'm sorry, Terry Burns Crawford just does not have supporting fans to fill out that place to give him his fucking cheap.
Oh no, what I'm saying is the Conor Ben fans who are there for Conor Ben would not boo Terence Crawford when Max Kellerman said that. They'd be like, hell yeah, he's a high level fighter.
They wouldn't, because they respect the sport more. The fans in the UK respect the sport. They're not fans of the fighters. They're fans of the sport. That's the difference.
I don't know. I see them soccer games, bro, and they get pretty bloodied out there. You know?
No. I'm not talking about during the fight, right? I'm not talking about during the competition. I'm talking about during the press conference. Those and let's say Eddie Hearn would have been up there talking about, we got Conor Ben right here, who's a hometown hero, but we got to give props to Shakur Stevenson, who's going to be fighting him, and all the accolades he did. I don't believe that press conference and that audience out there would have booed Shakur. I think they would have cheered him on and like, yeah, he's the champion.
I've heard boos out there. I have heard boos out there before.
But you gotta remember too, Clay.
They boo our national anthem. I mean, like, really.
That's Philly. That's only Philly. You gotta remember. Hold on, Clay. Clay, you gotta remember where this place is at. You talk about Las Vegas, Nevada. It's 3 hours from LA. and 6 hours from Mexico.
No, I get it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of boxing as well. I'm watching a lot of boxing in the UK, Japan, these places. All right, Rich, these places. I don't see that. I'm be honest with you. You just watch Brian Norman Jr. go fight Jason Saki in Japan, and he got nothing but
That's Japan. That's Japan, though. Japan don't do anything like that. They don't even cheer. They don't even cheer. So it's
In Japan, see, and I've heard Rampage Jackson say this on a million occasions, and it's the truth. In Japan, they don't care if you win or lose. All they want you to do is fight. They gonna respect you to fight.
Yeah, the honor of the fight.
I don't know.
Right. They don't care if you win.
Let's finish here, Max out real quick, and we can.
Let's be honest. Has never come close to losing a fight in his entire career. He's never come close. When people my age tell you about Hagler and Leonard and Duran and Tommy Hearns and those kind of fighters, and by the way, Sanchez and Gomez and the great fights from years ago, this is one of those, and you're all a part of it. Canelo, you have anything else to say?
You're right there.
But
so it is what it is. Shout out to Bud, boy. Bud will embrace that. He's embracing the living daylights out that villain role, man. I'm happy for him, man, because a lot of people would let those crowds get in their head. Bud uses it. But yeah, man, I don't know. Where I'm at with it is just I wanted the American boxing space to embrace a fight of this magnitude and show the world that we still love boxing. But I'm not gonna lie to you, time and time again, it seems like it's always a war between the casual space and the hardcore space. And I hate to say that, but it just does seem that way. You're not gonna see this. I don't see these kind of things in England. I don't see it in England. So I mean, it is what it is. It is. Shelton, you gotta call. You gotta connect back. Your connection's doing that thing again. Yeah. You just hit the link and come back up.
Yeah, it's totally bad. I look, man, it's America. That's what it is, bro.
You're right.
It's America. This is who we are. This is how it is. I mean, it's just who we are. You know what I mean? At least on this side of the world, that's how we are. And so it's not the totally decorum of what they have in other countries. Mm-hmm. We're just different in that respect. It's Americano, man. That's all I can say. It's Americano, bro.
It's culture, man, and it's an uphill. It's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle for an outside, business to come in here and invest into this to invest in this space, bro. You know what I mean? Like, and why wouldn't they take it? They're gonna take it. They're gonna take it and they're gonna bring it somewhere else. Because at the end of the day, if you guys aren't gonna appreciate it, they're gonna let you have what you got, which is Oscar, Bob, you know what I'm saying? And you guys can get those events, and we'll always throw money at the biggest fights and the biggest events, and we'll have them in Riyadh. So you'll see David Benavidez defend his WBC title in Riyadh. You'll see David Benavidez fight Dmitry Bivol or Artur Beterbiev in some other country. They won't do it over here unless, David Benavidez fights for it hard enough and says, nah, man, come on, I need a home field advantage fight. Yeah, I mean, maybe they'll fund it, but at the end of the day, unless your promoters have a real blueprint on how they're going to attack this and make it make sense, it's going to be an uphill battle, bro, for boxing to do what it's supposed to do, what it could do in America. We'll see what Dana does and what he's able to accomplish. You know what I mean? We'll see.
I have faith that we're going to see. It's just that we look, man, this man left a bad taste in the event's mouth today. It did.
He acted out, bro. He acted out, bro. It was unnecessary.
It was unnecessary. I mean, it's got us talking about it, and like they say, any publicity is good publicity. But it would have been nice that it would have been within the fighters themselves, and maybe a tough question. I mean, this man could have handled it so differently. He could have just said a piece. Look, we know that you're trying to reform the Ali Act, and there's some controversies behind that, and yourself with having whatever. But that said, can you commit? Can you commit to an interview with me? In front of guys, just like, hey, because I don't think nobody will give it to him. He don't give a flying fuck. He'll interview
Exactly.
and so if he wanted to get that, awesome. And then, hey, turn into the thing, and you're gonna hold them to that interview. Hold them to the interview, and I think we'll all back him. And all that, you did say you're gonna give him an interview, so we expecting it. But he messed that all up, and then at the end, he could have made it a little better by just asking some real questions about the fight. You know what I mean? At least try to do a little damage control with it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think that messed up the event today. I wanted to focus on Canelo because I'm looking at Canelo and he looks slim, bro.
He looked slim and he looked dry. I mean, yeah, bro. It was going real great. Sean Zattel just put that, and he just accomplished something, and he accomplished what he wanted to accomplish, and that's what I think was bad about it. It showed that he came in there with bad intentions. He didn't come in there. He said nothing to Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. Well, that was pathetic.
If your point is that you want to get answers, and that's what you want to get, then when the moment he said, "I'll give you an interview," he should have just and say, I appreciate
that, right? He should have been like, bet that. That's what's up.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Dana.
I'm gonna hold you to that, Dana. Block,
Dana.
You know what I mean?
And hey, a little, make it a little wow fun moment of it. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm gonna hold it and then get to it. But so if he, what did he accomplish? Can anybody? What did he accomplish? Did he get answers?
You burnt that bridge.
Did we get the answers we needed to? No, we didn't. All he did is just make a fool of himself and cut his career short.
And embarrass the culture here in America, the American boxing culture, bro, and just showed that we don't want to be better. We don't want it to grow. We don't want these events to continue. Don't come back here. We don't want it. That's what he said. We don't want it. We don't want Allegiant Stadium. We don't want 60,000 people. Respect to Bud and respect to Canelo, but we don't want you to make your money. We don't want none of this. We want you to know that nobody's asking for none of this, and you guys don't need to come back here and do it again. Period.
He acted like a spoiled child, and I want my toy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he did.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I gotta show this to my son. I gotta show this to my son, and because I teach him.
He said Sean was lit. Do you think Sean was a little sauced up? You think he was sipping on something? You think he was in his bag, in his mix?
Maybe he needed something to get some balls. You know what I mean? Because he is a bitch of a man. I can tell you that. I have no inquiries to the man just being a dude.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't impressed. I wasn't impressed at all. And like I said earlier, I don't know if he was on the panel. I said I tend to like Sean Zattel when he's breaking down boxing. He's talking about. I like how articulate he is. He has. You can tell he has some sort of a degree in journalism, and you know what I mean. He has.
Yeah, he does. I forgot what it was because I questioned him on it because I think he's trash. Personally, right. I questioned him on it, and I told him so. And I think you trash, bro. And because all he does is he caters. He really caters to his particulars. And he'll be interviewing a boxer, for an example, and he'll be trying to, but don't you respect so and so a lot? And I'm like, bro, no, bro, he's gonna fight him. Why the fuck would he want to respect him? Right. But he tries to. He's a manipulator. He's just a manipulator. I don't like his style at all. Does he have knowledge of boxing? Way beyond me. More than likely with history and everything else in between. I won't take that away from him. But he has an agenda. He has an agenda, and I don't like it. It's not genuine.
Yeah, that was very snakish of him. He had some very weasel energy going on tonight. It just felt like it, and I don't know how he's gonna. He could try to play it off however he wants to, and like you said, the people with the lower. I don't want to
I'll say the low IQ folks out there
Yeah.
praising this shit. Oh yeah, man, he popped it off, man. Yeah.
It's like, nah, bro. I'm sorry, guys. He didn't, man. I'm sorry if you guys. He didn't. He played himself. He did. He played himself, bro.
You know, I saw. There's a channel. I'm not gonna say them, but he interviewed Mauricio Suleiman, and it turned into like an interrogation, and just total outright, like, bro, out of left field, like, bro, that's not how you interview. This is not you want to interview the guy and get the questions out of him, but it turned into like like one of those interrogation room interviews. And this dude everybody thought, oh yeah, he asked him that, yeah, he told him. I'm like, bro, he didn't get anything out of it, but make himself look like a fool and never get an interview again. He'll never get an interview again, and that's what he did. But I don't know, man. I hope that tomorrow is I didn't even know this happened until because I was busy all day and I just turned into Twitter timeline and I saw this stupidity. But is there another thing tomorrow? Then I guess
tomorrow's the weigh-ins, right?
Tomorrow. Today, damn, I'm lost on the days, bro.
Yeah,
tomorrow's the weigh-ins. Yesterday they had a workout, but they didn't work out, right? Canelo.
No, they didn't. I think they've been working crazy hard. Blue was out there and he was talking to me saying that them dudes was everywhere, being interviewed everywhere. They haven't. He said that Canelo and Terrence have been working crazy, especially Canelo. Being that his fan base wants to speak to him. So he's signing autographs, he's doing interviews, he's moving around. He said he wasn't shocked at all that they didn't show up for the media workouts.
Yeah, that's the extra stuff that people don't understand that these guys are going through, and it takes their mind off the game, and it's not, kill or be killed mentality. You're doing everything else except what you need to do.
Cameras in your face, mics in your face, interviews that you committed to, media obligations, quote unquote. Yeah, eat your time up.
Well, man, big time. But yo, man, I don't know what to say no more about this, bro. It's just that it's a stinker. It was a stinker, and I know people are loving it because I see it. I'm looking at the timeline. Oh man, he told them, like, he didn't. No,
that wasn't it.
That wasn't it.
It just wasn't it, man. People can say whatever they want, bro. Like, I'm sorry, it was not it, bro. It just wasn't it, bro. I don't care what y'all say, bro. It was whatever, bro.
Anything else? Anything else on the table that you've been talking about, or was it this that I came into?
No, we talked about that, but obviously I'm watching the fight right now on the zone. They got the underdog on right now. Jalil Hackett's going to be fighting. Also tomorrow, there's some big fights happening as well. We got Donovan and Crocker too for that IBF welterweight title. They'll be fighting in England. I think it's going to be a great fight. The first fight was pretty decent. But yeah, man, there's a lot of stuff going on. Obviously, Lamont Roach and Isak Pitbull Cruz look like they're
I heard that got made, huh?
Yeah, that got made. So big opportunity.
Hey, you know what? Good for Roach, bro. Because he needed. Hopefully, he's getting a little decent payday out of it. Because he did miss out. And what could have been a few $1 million.
Yeah, man.
So hopefully, he does make something out of this.
No doubt. Anyway, and MJ too. They're actually having a press conference right now.
Oh yeah, and that's Sunday, bro. It's good, bro. This weekend, Monday. When are we gonna have all these chats, bro? It's gonna be throughout the whole night of Saturday night into
all the way into the morning.
Into morning, we're gonna be rolling on this.
That's my game plan. We'll see if I can hang. I'm actually gonna try to rest up real good, and I'm trying to push it through the night and see. We'll see what we can do, man. I don't know. I'm gonna try my best. I want to catch both fights, man. Both events.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey man, that's what I came in for, man. I just want to.
No doubt.
I wanted to come in and give my 2 cents on stupid is, stupid does, and we'll move on to the next, bro. Hey, Clay, man, like always, man. Thank you for having me on, man. Appreciate it.
Peace, man. Good night. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, for sure, man. What a situation that was. But watching these fights right now, I actually want to call these fights. I want to see Jalil fight. I don't even know if I'm going to stay up and watch all because I got to get up and go to the gym tomorrow. I'm feeling a little bit better, though. It's actually going away a little bit, that. What are we looking at here, man? 33 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting the Let's make sure we're hitting the like button, the thumbs up, and obviously if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. Let's help the channel grow. Appreciate everybody in the building. Salute, Teach. I see you in there. Said, is Bud putting buckle to ass, not belt to ass, but buckle? Yeah, that's what he's saying, man. He's putting buckle to ass. We've all gotten our ass whooped and got hit by that buckle by accident. You know, you already know. We know how I feel when that buckle catch you. Yeet. Right? Salute, man. Let me see here. Devontae Richardson. Salute, Devontae. What's good, family? Well, I started the stream. I don't remember what the time was. Salute to my guy, Too Rich. I respect the belts. What's good, family? How you?
Man, what's going on? I ain't get here too late, did I?
Nah. I'm here watching these fights on these underdog fights that is on the zone right now. So
okay. Jaleel Hackett ain't from Hackett.
Nah, not yet. I think he's getting ready to come up like another 2 fights. He should be coming up.
Okay.
They're running through it pretty seamlessly, letting these guys fight and getting right to the next fight. How you been, man? Did you get a chance to watch the press conference?
Yeah, man, I watched it, man. I heard y'all talking about Sean Zytel, man. You know, I like Sean Zytel. I watch the channel. I watch all the shows with him and Radio Raheem and all that. But if he was a regular YouTuber, he would be the typical PBC kind of fan YouTuber where he hates Turkey and, you know, that coming from that angle. He wants to protect American boxing, and you know, in some ways, I get it. But that wasn't the time or the place for that. Because to say you love boxing and then to use that particular moment to, in a sense, not focus on the fighters, but focus on what your personal interest is. I just think that was wrong, man. You know, I was a fan of his, but I did not like that at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even though I understood what he was saying, that wasn't the moment for it.
I really did understand it. I really did, man. And I'm right there with you, man. I was just saying that before. I like Sean Zytel, man. I've listened to him, but you know, I ain't gonna lie to you. Ever since that man did not get his credentials to go into that Madrimov Terrence Crawford fight in LA, I'll never forget. He was in the airport, he was heading back to Vegas, and he was like, yo, Turkey ain't letting American. He tried to make it you know, the American journalists aren't allowed in the event. It was totally not true. There was plenty of American journalists in there. I don't know why they didn't let you in there, but I can tell you this: the way you acted right there,
you
just validated them. They're looking at it like, yeah, that's exactly why we ain't let you in. You feel me?
Yeah, I didn't know that happened at the Madrimov fight, because now you could tell the angle he have on his channel is like a personal vendetta. See, now it makes sense. I didn't know that, though. I didn't know that about the Madrimov fight.
Yeah, him and that guy, True Sports Media, whatever his name, him and his friend, they went to the event to cover it, and they didn't get in, and all of a sudden it was like, yo, sports washing, and we can't let these guys come in here, and they tried to move the needle, and nobody really cared what they were saying. But ever since then, it's been a nonstop campaign in every live they're doing. You know what I mean? They're discrediting it. And once again, like you said, if you love boxing, how did you not go there to support Terrence Bud Crawford, potentially our most accomplished American boxer that we have, and Canelo Alvarez, the face of boxing in general, and putting an event like this and what it could open as far as doors are concerned for some of your favorite promotional companies? I mean, I don't know. I thought it was whack.
Yeah, it was, man. You know. So did they walk him out? Did they walk him out?
That's what I heard. I heard they escorted him out the building. You know what I'm saying? It just didn't benefit the event to have him in there, and he didn't come in there with any intentions on benefiting the event.
Exactly, man. Go ahead.
No, I was just actually seeing some good exchanges here between this Alvarado and Garcia. Some decent exchanges. You guys got to probably be at 130, 126, somewhere in that range.
Oh, okay. But yeah, man, because he stole a whole minute, man, with his own personal bull crap, man. Like, I just don't, you know, I'm not mad at him. I think
Dana
they
did a
should have
good
walked
job,
him
right?
out.
Like, did you like the way Dana handled it? Do you think Dana handled it the right way, or should he have, like, I don't know, answered the questions, or do you think that Dana handled it the right way, just kind of letting them know like we could do an interview, but this ain't the time and place for this?
Yeah, I think he did. I'm not. I'm not. I ain't gonna act like I'm a big Dana fan, but I'm not mad at how he handled it because what he said was this technically is not a TKO event. That his
Right.
stuff is starting in 26. So question him about that when that starts. But this
Mhm.
wasn't the moment for that, man. You know, and even with Radio Raheem, like I say, because they have this theme on their show, what they talk about with the promoters and American boxing. Even he kind of tried to touch and glade, but he was smart enough to pull the reins back.
Mhm.
Where Sean Zartel did not pull, he just went full throttle and just like fuck it. And no, that wasn't a good look, man. You know, that wasn't a good look at all. If he was trying to make a point, he really just didn't even get to really truly to me make a point. Because I don't know if everybody understood what exactly he was talking about, as far as the fans.
Right. They I mean, I think people did, because there were people in there was resonate with him. People understood with the whole uphill battle that he's trying to face with trying to repeal the Ali Act and things of that nature. But it was inappropriate and classless, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I understand with the Ali Act, man, but I think that's just like a big old scapegoat to a certain extent, because on one end y'all say Ali Act, Ali Act, Ali Act, but then you praise Al Heyman for cleverly getting around the Ali Act.
Exactly.
That don't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Some things you just kind of gotta leave alone before you expose your own, your own dirty secrets or whatever the case might be.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Facts.
now I'm gonna tell you something else. That people look at it like this, right? They say Turkey came over here, right? And he's overpaying boxers. So listen to what I always look at it like this. Like if it was football, or if you ever been in a job that been unionized before, right? So football has a union. So it's almost like you're going against the players union. So you're gonna go tell those players, y'all, they are paying y'all too much money. Y'all don't deserve this money. You see what I mean? That's like what you telling. Okay, Turkey Ali Sheik is giving boxers a chance to make their biggest payday, and now you tell them they're being overpaid. They're being overpaid. Okay, cool. So when now if you understand anything about PFI, the PIF fund or whatever it is, or the government spends money, man. That's what they do. They don't profit. They spend money. They collecting the money. They're spending money. Okay, then when he creates TKO, the private company that's for profit, you see these lower pay rates, right?
Right.
So on one end, you say they're paying too much money, and then on the other end, you're saying that's too less of a money. You see what I mean? At
Right.
the end of the day, the market probably got to be reset. Either way it goes, because if you look at TKO pay scale, is it really that much different than what's going on in boxing right now? Only the top 1% is making all the money. What is everybody else making though? You see what I mean? It's a lot of guys that's fighting for 75,000 and 80,000, and those TKO pay rates are not that bad. It's only bad when it comes to that top 1% or 5%
100%.
of the sport.
100%.
So now as far as Dana, I watched Dana build the UFC. I remember back in the Contender days, way back when they first started. At the end of the day, he built it from scratch. That he did do. I get it about the paydays, I get it and all that, but he did build a successful thing that overtook boxing. He did do that. How he did it could be questionable, and I get it, but I do think he could do the same thing with boxing. I don't think it disturbs how boxing is moving now. What he's going to get is the kids. And I'm telling you, when you give people a scale, like I researched some things to say, like, what makes a game popular, right? Like, how you make a game addictive, right? We just saying a video game or any kind of game. Well, one is the thing to have proven scales of achievement where we know you get to this level, you get this, you get to that level, you get this. And what TKO is going to do is provide the levels where these young guys going to be say, hey, if I win this and I get this, I'm going to get this much money. They're going to be hungry because it's so detailed and I know exactly what I got to do. Man, these young guys gonna be ecstatic about that, man. Because in the way boxing set up now, we don't know who gets the money. Guy don't really have to be that good, but he could be a draw. And now
Yeah.
they just arranged some fights around him, and now you think you got a star. Well, is he really a star? He a star, as long as you don't let him fight the right opponents. He's a star.
Right.
So we get caught up in the storylines of boxing. You see what I mean? We get what I call the storylines of the A side. They have an A side. That's why everybody's so geeked about, oh, this got an A side, A side, A side. A side means the advantage. So you geeked about having the advantage, basically. Where if you understand that your guy is the A side and he's selling all these tickets, you should be perfectly understandable about why he's not fighting nobody. Why would they risk him if he's the A side? Why would they put him in a tough fight to end his career, and now they're not making no more money off of him? But that's the boxing we've been dealing with. That's the type of boxing we've been dealing with. Turkey, I did a short when Turkey first came on the scene. And one of the things he said in that interview was, a lot of times the best matches don't happen because they can't afford to put them on. It's not enough money for them to be able to pay this guy this, pay that guy that, and recoup the money. See, he said, so I'm going to give some relief to that. I'll pay him. So that way we could get the big fights. You see what I mean? So that was his whole purpose, that the guys are not fighting because the promoter can't afford to pay him. So to me, I thank Turkey Al-Sheikh for raising the vibration of boxing. You see what I mean? The competition level is totally different now. Everybody understands if you go get Turkey money, he gonna put you in a real fight. Well, if Turkey gonna put you in a real fight, what the hell you been fighting? What have you been doing up to this point? You see what I mean? So to each his own. But I think Turkey is great for boxing. I don't know how much longer he gonna be here, or how much longer he can keep it up. But I definitely think he's changed the way us as the consumer and the audience see boxing. You know what I mean? And now that Netflix is coming to the table, I think boxing is in a good place.
Boxing is in the best place it's been in years, man.
Yeah, for sure.
I can't remember the last time I was as hopeful as I am right now. You know what I mean? We got to a point where I think we kind of accepted what boxing was, and we just kind of just didn't have any hope. I mean, even today with the Canelo Alvarez and David Benavidez conversation, kind of had some perspective put on it. You know what I mean? When Canelo kind of responded like, "Hey, man, I don't say no to no fights. Maybe later, but right now I'm focused on Terrence Crawford." And Turkey kind of gave that thumbs up, like, "I'm working on it, guys." You know what I mean? That conversation ain't dead. I mean, there's hope there. I mean, I won't be shocked if the fight don't happen, obviously. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, boxing has hope in it that it didn't have in years, and that's why you see the resurgence of Max Kellerman. You're seeing Andre Ward being adding to the commentating. You're seeing Antonio Tarver. You're seeing Jim Lampley. You're seeing him bring back some of the most respected pundits in the space that we always respected, that are willing to return, where they were really dormant and just kind of like not involved with the sport for years, because nobody was happy with the trajectory of American boxing. Nobody was. And we all saw yes.
For sure, man. Yeah, man. It's exciting again, man. And part of it is the competition, man. Before we got so used to seeing the A side versus a guy we know he gonna beat, and this fight in particular with Canelo and Crawford. Now I look at the odds, Canelo versus Edgar Berlanga, what is it, plus 2,500 or whatever, however that works. Him against Munguia might have been a plus 1,700. Like, he's fighting guys in his weight classes, which even Las Vegas telling you, man, we not putting no money on this. This it's a wash. Now he fights Canelo. Not only do the people believe in Crawford, not only do the people believe in Canelo, but also the odds match what the people are saying, that this is a close fight and this is what boxing needs, because everybody believes in that guy. But we do got a guy that people believe can beat Canelo, whether he wins or not. People believe, and if you can get that kind of engagement out of the people, then boxing is in a good place. So yeah, it's a bit of a spectacle, but I think this fight is a lot closer than, clearly they think it's closer than who else Canelo gonna fight. Is he gonna fight Billy? Would Billy garner this much belief in him to beat Canelo? With Shiraz, would this many people believe that Shiraz would do it? But we do know people believe that Crawford could do it because as fans, we know them guys, man. We don't need the media to tell us who them guys are. We know in every division, we know who we want to see that fights that should happen. And a lot of times, it's no accident that we don't get those fights. It's no accident because they know the fights. We know the fight, and people understand who Crawford is. We know he's special. We know, and I think even Canelo, you can even see how Canelo reacts. He knows that he's in a big fight. He knows he's in, and probably the big. I would say at this point in his career, not the whole career, but in this point of his career, this is definitely his toughest fight outside of Benavidez.
Yeah, facts. This is going to be his most this is going to be, in my personal opinion, his most significant win in his career. You know, I really believe it, and people don't understand that. And you know, people who are talking about Canelo not being able to get anything out of this fight, like if he wins it, what does it mean for him? Nah, bro. Terrence Crawford is Terrence Crawford. His accomplishments, he's not. There's not a bunch of Terrence Crawfords walking around here. Multiple weight class division champions, you know what I mean? Undisputed in 2 weight classes. There's not a lot of fighters walking around with that resume, bro. Canelo can't get this fight with just anybody. It has to be Terrence. You know what I mean? Not even David Benavidez would have given him as much props as he's going to get for Terrence, in my opinion, on the history books. I'm sure the fans would much rather him fight David. And I have a part of me that much would rather him fight David as well. But Terrence Crawford is the most decorated fighter that Canelo Alvarez has ever been in the ring with.
No doubt about it. Now imagine this: if this is TKO, do you think Canelo is able to avoid a David Benavidez? No fighter should be able to avoid a fight, man. I don't understand that.
Yeah, he could avoid it, but he would get his belts taken. He would be threatened with consequences. They'd be 100% consequences to his actions. Like, oh, you don't want to fight? Cool, we're gonna take your belt, and you can go on recess, or you can do whatever the hell you want to do.
Exactly.
Champion will defend his title and defend his title against a mandatory, against who's next.
You know, I often say, you know, not to bring Tank into the conversation, but I often say Tank is just as famous for the fighters he haven't fought than the fighters he fought. You see what I mean? It's easy to say a guy is the best when all he got to do is avoid all the top competition. Now I get it; he got a little bit of that from Mayweather, no doubt about it, and Canelo did too. Cause so it's like they piss in your face and literally call it rain. When a guy says, "I've earned the right to pick and choose who I want to fight," you know he's not going to pick and choose the hardest fight. That's just the way they tell you that to your face in some kind of way. People don't compute that. You see what I'm saying? Who would pick the hardest job to do if they didn't have to do it? Nobody would. That's just the human nature. So, you know, I think these guys, you're going to pay them all this money. They should be forced to fight. I don't see how you can avoid a fight. How you going to tell them who you're not going to fight? But I get it in the capitalist game, and this guy is bringing in the money, and he's putting cheeks in seats, as they say. I get it, but then if that's the case, you should understand why he's not fighting the tough competition. Because if he loses, he's no longer able to put cheeks in seats. Look at Errol Spence. I estimate he has lost $100 million as far as how much money his fights would have brought in the last 2 years because he took the risk. He took the risk. He's a dog because he took a risk. And whenever he decides to come back, we're gonna give him a great big old bag because he participated in trying to be great. But at the same time, it's a lot of money the PBC lost taking a chance on that fight because Crawford put him out of commission. They put the A-side guy out of commission. And that's what will happen if you get into real fights, that you can't put no more cheeks and seats because you lost. You know, that's the risk. And that's what boxing missing is the risk.
Yeah, man.
So,
daring to be great and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's what make competition though. You know what I'm saying? You think the NFL couldn't make more money if they would just make a path to put Dallas Cowboys in the Super Bowl? They can make a lot more money. They can make a lot more money just by getting Dallas to that big game, but they don't sacrifice the integrity of the NFL. They make us watch competition, whatever that best competition it is. Now, when you look at them booing Crawford, it's people what they're saying is you don't deserve the right to be on the stage with Canelo. They would much rather it be a lesser guy at 168 where it's not even that big of deal. We understand Canelo's supposed to win. He's going to win. He's the greatest Mexican, and they could live in that storyline. But I got my thought is that storyline will be messed up come September 13th. Crawford's gonna upset the apple cart.
You think he wins?
I think he wins, no doubt. It's not a doubt in my mind he wins, man. He wins that fight, man. Ain't nobody beating Crawford, man. Look, think about it. Is Canelo really great, or is he the guy they have promoted to you? What fight has Canelo washed of a great fighter?
No, I'm all on board. Trust me. I believe Terrence Crawford is going to whoop his ass. I'm being honest with y'all. I think he's going to be competitive, but I think he's going to outclass him. And you're going to see that Canelo Alvarez is like. I tell everybody, look at his last 5 fights. That's going to let you know. He hasn't.
Yeah, that's why I say the same thing. Look at the last 5 fights, and they actually tell you who resume is actually, as far as going into this fight, who resume is better.
Like the last 5 fights are the relevant fights going into this fight.
Yeah.
Like you guys want to bring up what he did with Miguel Cotto? They don't count. That's too long. That doesn't count.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Oh, well, when he fought Floyd, he learned. This is no, bro. And Max Kellerman did such a good job interviewing Canelo, right? But when he asked him, "Do you have the muscle memory to go back?"
Yeah.
To be the fighter that we used to think was the closest thing to James Toney. You haven't fought that way at all since you've been at 168. He's like, oh, I can go there. He said, I haven't had to do it. And another thing, he exposed himself.
Yeah.
He told you why he went to 168. Everybody thought he went to 168 to challenge himself. No, he went up there to take advantage of bigger, slower guys.
Exactly.
And what ended up happening is, and what I believe has happened is, he's become a creature of habit. He's gotten used to that. And now, is he going to go back to being athletic? If he is, he's going to be playing in Terrence Crawford's wheelhouse.
No, and like you say, against that head movement against Danny Jacobs was awesome. It was awesome. No doubt about it. No doubt. I mean, the way he was slipping and but he ain't been that guy in a long time, like you say, because he hadn't had to be. I try to tell people, I said, Canelo's a small. Y'all act like he's some big 168. He's a 160 pounder that moved to 168 because sometimes you can move to a division that's better than you. You're actually the smaller. The same thing they saying about Crawford. At 168, Canelo is the smaller, quicker guy. See, because he's fighting bigger, slower guys. It's the same thing. He found I said the same thing about Tank. I said Tank is not a 135 pounder. He's a 135 pounder that they saw it was better fights for him at 135. That his talent, you got to bring in the matchmakers, man. They understand your abilities and who to match you up with. And sometimes smaller guys can be matched up better at a higher weight class, depending on who's there at that particular weight class. You see what I'm saying?
100%. 100%, Rich. They'll take advantage of another division like 160 right now, right? 160 is wide open, bro. Except for Janibek, a right fighter from 154 will go up there and become a champion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They will. They'll do it. That's why they had Hamza there. Hamza Shiraz at 160, right? He should have been at 160, but they were like, nah, he can become champion, unify, and become a big champion down here. Let's get him to do that. The weight cut hurt him. He looked bad against Carlson Thomas. They threw him up to 168. You saw he was way bigger than Edgar Berlanga when they got in the ring. They do it all the time, bro. And the thing about it, though, is when those guys hang out in those divisions too long, I believe they don't develop the way they're supposed to develop. And when they end up getting in front of that right fighter, you see that they look at Ryan Garcia. He's been riding this left hook. How long? He has not gotten better, bro.
Yeah.
Ryan has not gotten better. Same thing happened with Edgar Berlanga, knocking people out in the first round, 17 first round knockouts. That man did not get better. And he looked horrible against Hamza Shiraz. You know what I mean? He didn't look that good against Canelo, but he looked all right. But there was a couple of times where Edgar Berlanga didn't look good. You know what I mean? And won his fight. So I think Canelo Alvarez might be a victim of that, bro. I think he hasn't gotten better.
How did he get to 168? Then Benavidez lose his belt on the for the drug, the cocaine or whatever. Then
Right.
Canelo ran up there and
And
got the
all of a
belt.
sudden, exactly. I was saying that the other day. He literally ran up
Yeah.
there and got an opportunity because he saw David
Yeah.
Benavidez get knocked out the way.
Yep. And that's why I say he's been an opportunist. So when you ask people, I mean, think about, well, what is Canelo? What is the fights where he went into the fight and we know it was a big fight? Like, this is a fight that, you know, he could possibly lose. The only one I could think of that people thought from the beginning was Floyd, Golovkin, and probably Bivol, based on Bivol status at that time. You know, I don't know if they was looking at Laura at the beginning of the fight, like Laura was some big, you know, fight. So the only one I can think of, Golovkin, Mayweather, and Bivol. Kovalev, he had lost a step. I mean, that was a cherry pick. He cherry picked Kovalev. So in those fights, he's 1-2, and the one he won, people thought he lost. I thought he lost. Golovkin won. That wasn't even a draw. You know, I mean, he not even 1-2 because that was a draw. So in Canelo's biggest moment, he don't show up big. He don't show up big in his biggest moment. He's squeaking by a lot of these fights, and they promote him to us as this big Mexican star. But he's not crushing nothing, man. He beat a lot of good names. Just because you beat, that's why I always say, people say resume. I'm not a big guy on resume, especially in today's time when everybody don't fight. Because you can have names on your resume, but how are they great?
You ain't fight him at the right time.
You fight him at the right time, and it still could be a good matchup. Errol Spence versus a flat-footed, what the name was, Garcia, Danny Garcia, was still a favorable matchup for Errol Spence. I don't care what his name is. A favorable matchup is a favorable matchup. You see what I mean? And like look at 154. We all say it's killers at 154. A lot of good names. Some divisions are popular, man. A lot of good names. We know the names at 154. But if we actually had to break down, how many of those fighters would you call great?
Oh no, it's just a competitive. It's a competitive division. Stylistically, the fights. Let me tell you, and I love that you're bringing this up, too, Rich. I love that you're bringing this up because I said I think Xander Zayas is going to give a lot of guys issues up there, right? And people are like, "Why?" I said because the division is a hornet's nest, but it's not that talented as you think it is. You just got a lot of dudes who's willing to fight the shit out of each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, but when you look at the broad landscape of the division, how many boxers are really in the division? Xander, now Booth is there. Think about it. You know what I'm saying? Like most of these guys are like flat-footed punchers. Charles Conwell, he's a good boxer, but he likes to fight flat-footed a little bit. Obviously Virgil Ortiz, Serhii Bahachuk. These guys like to punch on each other. I'm telling you, Virgil could lose this fight with Lubin. Facts, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Lubin will mess around and beat him because Lubin can box now. Lubin is a boxer now. He's not just a puncher, and he got that pop on him still, but Lubin boxes. And I'm telling you, Virgil didn't look good to me against Madrimov for those first 3 to 4 rounds.
He didn't.
Madrimov was outboxing him. That pneumonia messed with his conditioning, and he had to end up standing there in front of Virgil, and Virgil did what he did, was attacking that body to somebody who's recovering from pneumonia. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? Them lungs was getting beat up. He might lose against Erickson Lubin. And I think Xander Zayas is going to be an issue for a lot of fighters at 154. I'm telling you. They better hope that boy keep growing and end up going to 160 because he's going to cause problems.
I'm not a big Xander Zayas guy, but I do get what you're saying because he's a boxer. And one of the things about 154 that is good is that all the guys seem to be on the same level. They all got something to prove, and they all on the same level. So yeah, it's gonna be good to see who comes out of that. But I don't think none of them are great though. I don't think none of them are great yet. They trying to get to their greatness, but the matchups are gonna be very important. And like you say, this is a tricky matchup with Lubin and Ortiz. We don't really know how this fight going, but it's gonna be a good fight. This gonna be a good fight because I like a guy like Lubin who has dropped a fight or so, but he's still there. He's still there, so he still got just like Lamar Roach. He dropped the fight, but he managed to claw his way back in there. And sometimes those guys can be dangerous. You see what I mean? They can upset the apple cart. So you might be thinking you cherry picking Lubin, but it might be a bad matchup.
Because he's gonna box you.
Yeah.
And you're gonna have to.
Yeah.
He's going to. That's what he's doing now. He's boxing. And he's doing it pretty well. And he got popped, so he can also hit you with a shot you don't see, and he can knock you out. Virgil got a hard head. I'm not saying I see him getting knocked out, but I can see him getting outboxed by Erickson Lubin, and Erickson Lubin walking away on the opposite side of a loss to Virgil. You know what I mean? Being the victor in that fight.
And I definitely think the Mexicans, they understand, hey man, if nothing else, the reason why we need to fight Mexican style of pressure is because we want to trick the judges in thinking that it's a lot of output coming out, right? But how effective is that output? You see what I mean? When you look at the game plan with Canelo and Crawford, is it any different than what Zepeda and Shakur was? It won't Zepeda hitting the arms, hit it. They told him to hit everything, just hit everything, whatever you can hit everything. How did that work out? Is that skill
the day,
or is that a concept?
The other day I said you're gonna see some Shakur and Terrence in this fight. I believe you're gonna see Terrence catching shots off his gloves, catching shots off his arms, and you're gonna see him catching them in the middle of those shots with straight little right hands, uppercuts. You know what I'm saying? Body shots. You're gonna see him attack the living daylights out of Canelo's body, bro. I think you're gonna see his body change colors. You're gonna see that's how much of a body campaign it's gonna be. And I think when it's all said and done, you're gonna see if Canelo makes it past the 6th, 7th round, he's gonna be exhausted and he's gonna be beat up. He's gonna look beat up. He's gonna look like roast beef.
Hey, but to do it, Crawford got to make Canelo work. Meaning I think Crawford, like I said, by 2nd round, he has to start controlling the fight and making Canelo counter. You got to make him spend some of that energy, man. Make him spend that energy, and so you can get to 6 or 7. And he start because, like I say, Canelo, he's stat pad. He gonna understand after he throw those big bomb shots for the first 6 rounds. If he don't get Crawford out of there, his punch count gonna go up. Because he has no more power left. So now it's about tricking the judges to think that there's a lot of output coming out to keep the score close. And we know the score going to Canelo if it's close. So he going to stat, because if you look at it, stats, his actual punch volume go up toward the end of the fight, but he ain't getting no knockouts. So you ain't got no power left. You just stat pad to trick the judges into thinking this fight is close. But I think if Crawford come out there and establish that southpaw jab, if he sees I can land my jab, lean back a little bit, and Canelo ain't quite catching me, it's gonna be a clinic, man. It could be worse than Errol Spence. You know what I'm saying? Now I know we don't think that's gonna happen. I get that, but all I'm saying, stylistically, Canelo has a short. Well, we know Crawford has a 3.5-inch reach. That's enough to say I can hit you before you hit me. And that's what Crawford want. We need Canelo to come forward. We need him to come forward so that southpaw jab it's gonna crush him, man. It's gonna crush him if that's the fight. Now Canelo come with a different plan, of different tricks, and try to do more countering. But I think Canelo's coming forward, man. He can't be looked at as being on the back foot. He can't fight off the back foot, first of all.
It's gonna look bad. It's gonna look bad.
Yeah, if he even standing there, but some people say he's gonna try to box Crawford.
I think he is.
He might stand there and just let's stand in the middle of the ring and box. If that's the case, Crawford gonna go toe to toe with him. They think Crawford gonna be running. No, they said the same thing about EJ, and Crawford's fought right there toe to toe with him. And I think it's gonna be the same way with Canelo if he think he can take the punch and he can reach him before Canelo reach him. Now he gonna have to
in the ring.
Huh?
Jalil Hackett and they about to throw down. I'm gonna call this fight. I ain't gonna lie. This is a fight I've actually been up for. But I agree with you, man, on that 100%. What do you think about this undercard, though? I know everybody says it's an underwhelming undercard. I don't think so, man. I think the undercard is good. Fernando Vargas, Caleb Walsh, Christian Mbili, Lester Martinez, Serhii Bahachuk, Brandon Adams. What's wrong with these fights?
I think. See, they don't understand, man. Turkey said from the get-go, if you on the boxing boys, he said it's Canelo and Crawford. We don't really need no big, a whole bunch of big old undercard for this fight. The fight is Canelo and Crawford, which also to take all the investment is in Canelo and Crawford. Like, there's no need for me to invest in a whole bunch of more money in some undercard fight. I'm putting it on here in America. You see what I mean? It ain't like I'm at home where the cost of the venue and all that is out the window. But I think it's a decent enough undercard. I like the Billy fight. I want to see that,
Yo,
and the
he do
Boychuk fight. The Vargas
totally.
fight is okay. It's okay. But I really want to see the Billy fight and the Boychuk fight. So I think it's definitely good enough. I don't see what all the hoopla about, or whatever. I like it.
Yeah, me too. Listen. I think that Billy Lester Martinez fight is going to deliver. I
Yeah.
think that Sergey Balchuk Brandon Adams fight is going to deliver. I think Fernando Vargas and Kalen Walsh is going to deliver. Yo, Jalil Hackett working the body right now on the vine, bro. He's dropping bows on him. Jalil Hackett looks great at 154 pounds, bro. He looks great. Not only in the way he you see what Raymond Ford did when he went up from 126 to 130? Like, Raymond Ford looks good at 130. That's what Jalil's looking. He's beating the brakes off this dude, bro. But more than beating the brakes off this dude, he looks healthy. He's not all sunken in. His face don't look sunken in. He looks good, bro. Like, man, he's gonna knock this dude out, bro. Beautiful body work, beautiful uppercut up the middle, beautiful coming over the top with a heavy overhand right, over the body, check left hook, nasty uppercut right up the middle of the guard. He's doing this dude dirty, beating him to the body. Whoa, overhand right. He's giving this dude everything this dude can handle, bro. Vine is not moving, standing right in front of this dude square like that. He's trying to catch him and get an opportunity to hit him back with something. I mean, he's letting his hands go a little bit too, but Jalil is really just drowning this dude, bro. Nice straight jab though. Set Jalil right back on his feet.
Now that last fight, Jalil seemed like he punched himself out a little bit. I hope he don't punch himself out.
Nah, I'm telling you, the last fight he was probably depleted. This fight right here at 154, this is his debut at 154. He was at 147 before. So, when this fight is delivering, they are going at it. Jalil likes to fight too much though. And I don't want to say that in a bad way, but I just feel like those kind of guys who fight that way, they usually end up getting clipped at some point in their career. You know what I mean? Like, I want Jaron Ennis to kind of dial back a little bit, even though I'm super entertained with the way he fights. But I do want him to be a little bit more defensively responsible. I'm hoping that at 154 he embraces that a little more. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Set your shots up, take your time. You don't gotta, hit to get, hit to so you can get hit, not all the time.
But you know what? If you never in a fight when you're in danger, how do you develop that muscle memory? You see what I mean? Until he in that situation, where he could really pay for it. Whereas like Crawford been in those situations a lot of time where it's a big moment, you can't make a mistake. Those fights that Boots making, he can make a mistake and still win those fights. That's why I'm not a big follower of the ASAP. The guy they promote to me, I don't believe in him because y'all got to give him the fights to make him look good. That ain't gonna make him better. I played sports, all my young life, man. Like I said, I went to freshman with Steve McNair at Alcorn State.
Okay.
And if you're gonna be good at something, you got to face the good people, the good competition. If all of a sudden they start giving you lesser than, that don't make you stay good. It's the same thing what we're gonna see with Canelo. Have you been fighting the best competition? Have you really been fighting the best competition? I don't think you have. And when you did, you didn't win.
Yeah, it was asterisks.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Then you should. What if you really got the 4 losses you supposed to have? Well, how will we be looking at you then? You see what I mean? So that's why I say Canelo looked his best against Mayweather, and he damn near lost every round because he was facing that one fight right after Mayweather. That next fight, I think after Mayweather, man, he looked good at the head movement. You could tell he learned, but since then it's got slower and slower and slower and slower. So Even in this fight, I think did he not look a little small to you?
Who, Canelo?
Yeah.
He cut a lot of weight, bro. He's trying to be
Yeah, he
athletic.
cut a
That's what
lot
he's
of
trying to
weight,
run.
man.
He did, man. He gonna mess around and be the smaller guy in this ring in this fight.
Exactly. And that's what it looked like to me. He gonna mess around and be the smaller guy in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we saw that before with Lamont Roach and Tank. Lamont Roach was the bigger guy on fight night.
Yeah, I think people are, this whole he's bigger and the weight class thing. I think they've been pushing this narrative for so long. It's taking its own life. But I think in reality, every time you watch these guys face off, stop it. Every time you see him face off, you see it like, damn, oh boy, Jaleel Hackett put him on his pockets. Finally caught him.
Okay.
He better get up. He on 7, 8. There we go. Ref asked him if he's ready to go. He says, I am. He steps forward. He getting knocked out. Jaleel coming in for that. Right. He comes running right across. 1 minute and 26 seconds left in there. Yeah, he's putting the hands on him. He about to end this dude. It's about to go down. But Jaleel putting him. Boom, boom. Boom. He just crumbled him. He's just crumbling him. But he's hitting Jaleel back. He's fighting, but Jaleel got him against the ropes right now. He letting his hands go. 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the second round. Jaleel is giving him everything, man. That ref coming in to stop it. That ref, if he don't get off them ropes, the ref's going to stop it. Good clinch. Initiates a clinch. Ref pushes that boy right back in that damn corner. Jaleel comes right in there with a straight left. Boom. Boom. Down to the body. Behind is clinching. 45 seconds left in the second round. Jaleel coming up the middle with uppercuts right up the middle. Overhand right. Overhand left. Overhand right. Overhand right. Left to the body. Left check left hook. Boy's fighting back though. He's attacking Jaleel's body back and coming with his own hooks. 30 seconds left in the second round. Oh, nasty uppercut by Jaleel Hackett. Jaleel Hackett getting caught with shots now. Boy fighting back. What? Yo, these guys are going at it. Jaleel Hackett gets caught with a nasty left hook. I think he buckled him. I think he buckled Jaleel Hackett.
Oh, Lord.
Left. Jaleel Hackett on him, though. Back on him, letting that overhand lefts go. Boom, straight right hand. Boom, boom, nasty body, overhand left. Yo, listen, man. What a fight, man. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. They made it out the round. He made it out the round alive. What a damn round that was. That was a crazy round. Wow.
And I'm not watching the fight, but I'm listening to you call, and I'm guaranteeing that the shots that you saying his opponent landed on Jaleel, was he swinging while Jaleel was swinging?
100%. 100%.
Yeah. And that's what happened. You over aggressive. That's when you're most open. When you too aggressive. You see what I'm saying? I think that's something that Crawford had to learn from the younger Crawford to the older Crawford. Slow it down just a tad bit, man. Slow it down, because Crawford would get caught in those exchanges, at I guess a little bit at 147, but at 140. You see what I mean? Because those guys, they swinging. Sometimes you got to slow it down just a tad. With Jaleel, I know he had a better weight, but you see the same little habit. He's showing the same thing that happened in the last fight. So, like I said, I'm big on patterns, man. I look at the patterns, and hopefully he can pull it out.
Jaleel likes to fight, man. He really does. Boom, nasty. He's catching him with some nice check left hooks. He's back on that jab right now. They saw him nice overhand right hand. Caught him. Yeah, he just caught him with a nasty uppercut and just put him on his pockets. A nasty right uppercut. Threw boy on his pockets. Ref is counting. He pops back up. Step over here. Walk forward. He said, you do it again, I'm going to end it. He's warning him. He said, I'm good. Oh, he waved it off on him. Oh, that was a bad stoppage.
Yeah.
That was a bad stoppage. I thought that was a bad stoppage. It is what it is.
Yeah.
He was getting ready to knock him out, though.
Yeah, so Jaleel had to realize a hurt fighter is a dangerous fighter. Even when you got a guy hurt, sometimes take your time. Take your time to get him out of there, So when he come out the ring, out the corners, he's settled. He ain't amped right. And then he can get back behind that jab and go ahead and finish the fight. But see, that's the thing with Crawford. His best punch is the jab. When that's your best punch, it's not hard to get behind it. If you got the jab pumping, man, I don't care who you fight. It's going to be a long night for somebody. That when we look at Fundora, we really look at how he's jabbing his opponent. Start there. You know what I'm saying? you know, if you ask me about a guy, I want to know how his jab is.
Right.
If his jab is strong, he can always set something up off the jab. But sometimes you look at guys that be knockout punchers, they don't have strong jab. And if they don't have a strong jab, you can't let them fight a guy that do got a strong jab. You got to put them in there with guys that come forward, so those guys close the distance for you. You don't have to use the jab to try to close the distance, because they're going to close the distance for you. You see what I mean? So that's a lot of what they do in the matchmaking, you know. So if you say, why Tank ain't fight Devin, why he ain't fight Shakur, well, those guys got jabs. They work off the jab. That's going to be a tough fight. That's going to be a tough fight for Tank to get around a jab if he don't have a strong jab. Now, let's look at Mike Tyson. He was a knockout guy, but Mike Tyson came in straight jabbing. He didn't care if he was touching you. He's setting it up off the jab. You're going to have to answer, block it, or get out the way. And now he can set up stuff off that jab. Even if he's not landing it, he's working it so much, you got to deal with it.
Underrated boxing, Mike Tyson. Underrated boxing.
Yeah,
Man. People just
for
look at
sure,
the
for
power.
sure. For
That
sure.
man had great shot selection, great combination, and like you said, always led with that jab and never forgot about that body. Stayed on that body.
Yep.
Underrated boxing, man. Great boxing, great head movement, man. Great footwork. His footwork was buttery.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And see, what I call Mike Tyson, I think some of these fighters today lost that ability to be tactical. So when you look at Mike Tyson train, you will see that Customato had him come in there jabbing, rocking, but with the goal of getting to either side of the fighter, where we could step to one side or we could step to the other side. But the whole goal was to get to the angle. That's all. So Mike Tyson, he come out bopping, jabbing, but he really just trying to get to his spot. He tactical. He knows where he's going. He knows what he's doing, and he just trying to get there. It's gonna be hard to deal with a guy like that. You see what I mean? Whereas a lot of fighters, you hear them say, well, I feel out the fight. What you feeling out the fight? You don't know what you want to do? Are you waiting on him to do something? I think they do too much of that for me. When I think you should have a game plan to go in here and take this guy apart. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's not going to be certain things you got to look for and adjust to, but your game plan should be your game plan. You know what I mean?
Right.
And when you look at with Crawford and his team, Bomac, them, they have really good game plans. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what they're going to need for this fight. What is the game plan? Like, Canelo is smart. Now, we ain't going to act like Canelo some freaking, you know, just run-of-the-mill guy. I can see what Canelo can do. Play possum. If you think you could take Crawford's shot, then make Crawford think that he's getting off, so you can draw him in closer. So Canelo gonna have 2 or 3 setups he's gonna try to land, and that's what Crawford gonna have to watch for. You know, so Canelo ain't no slouch. I'm not gonna say that by no means. He gonna look to set Crawford up. You know what I mean? But I just think he's limited in what he can do. But he's gonna try to do it, you know, because he got a smaller guy, man. You cannot let this smaller guy beat you, man. It was a point in the Bivol fight that Canelo gave up. He knew he couldn't outbox Bivol, and you can see the dejection in his face that he couldn't do nothing with him. I don't think you're gonna see that at Canelo against Crawford, man. I think he's like, it's no way in the world you can let this little guy beat him, and that's why I think Canelo's gonna go all out. But that could be a problem, because if Crawford get to piecing him up, I really am looking for Eddie Reynoso to throw the towel in. I think that's how the fight stops. And I know that's hard to believe for a lot of people, but hey, that Spence fight was hard to believe too.
I'm watching Jalil speak on it a little bit.
Okay.
Wow, Jalil was ready to retire if he didn't knock this dude out. Oh, you know, it's so crazy because we heard Floyd Schofield Jr. saying the same thing, right? These young guys, man, mental health in boxing is something serious, man. They put so much on these undefeated records, man. So much.
Yeah, but the industry telling them that too, man. You know, If you lose, you know, who gonna want to deal with you?
I need that. I'm on everything at 54, man. So, you know, back in the gym Monday. Well, shit, today Thursday. I fuck around getting the gym Friday. I fly home tomorrow, so I fuck around getting that bitch Friday. Coach Rico, Coach John, I see y'all tomorrow.
He says at home in the gym tonight. He made it home at Underdog, folks. Give it.
Yeah. They put so much pressure on themselves for these undefeated records. He lost the fight that he didn't even lose, in my opinion, right? You know, he got an opportunity to fight the guy again, but he had an issue, right? He hurt his ankle or whatever have you. I was hearing it was some weight cutting issues. He slipped out on his way out the sauna, whatever. But he didn't even take a bad loss. He didn't get dominated. He didn't get outclassed. But that undefeated record means so much to these guys. You know what I mean? So this guy said he actually cried when he said this. He cried, you know what I'm saying? In the ring.
Yeah.
He was gonna retire. He said he wasn't gonna work at Walmart, but he was definitely gonna be done with boxing. Not if he lost the fight, if he didn't knock this guy out, if he didn't stop this guy, he was gonna stop boxing.
Yeah, well, that's a good mentality though. You know, but you know, he just got to slow down a little bit. You know, he got to just get. And sometimes you can't develop that until you fought for a while. You know, the patience. You know, even when you got, like, say, got a guy hurt, take your time, man. Like, it's not really play with your food, but sometimes it's time to practice. It's time to get sharp. You know.
Yeah.
These guys don't know how to carry a fight a little bit. You know, I don't know if it's because they're not good enough to do it, but if you're really good enough and you know you're more talented than the guy, then carry it a little bit. Get some work in. You know, that, like I said, I think that's a lost art. You know, don't you ain't got to take them all the way out there and take a bunch of shots. You know, but these days when you look vulnerable, that's when people fight you when you look vulnerable. But you know, think about it. Canelo didn't agree to the Crawford fight till after the Madrimov fight. See, once he saw what they think of Crawford looking a little vulnerable, now you want to fight him. I can't believe in stuff like that, man. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's too many opportunistic. You know, it's like you're gonna be great, but only when you have the right opportunity. You know, it's hard for me to believe that's what greatness is. You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah, I think greatness is taking on a challenge, man. It's climbing that hill, man. It's getting over that fence, getting over that hump. You know what I'm saying? You know, I heard one thing that made me like Moses. What's his name? What Moses' last name? Atoma or something like that.
Yeah, Moses Atoma. Yeah.
He did it. Not this last fight with Dillian White, but the fight before that when he knocked that guy out. So after the fight, they asked him, how did he feel? Like, do you know he think he did a real good job with her? He said, where do he rank himself or whatever? He said, no, I haven't done anything. He said, put me in a fight where somebody says the other guy gonna win. Then I could tell you, I could gauge what I've done. But if you put me in a fight where I'm supposed to win, then I just did my job. I'm not even impressed by doing my job. Put me in there with somebody where they're gonna win the fight. And then when I win that fight, then ask me how I did. You see what I mean? That's the mentality I think that you need to be great.
Right. 100%.
You got to have you got to have the competition, man. You know what good is it without the competition? And sport, man. Walk you down easy street. You know what I mean?
Canelo is the greatest fighter all
That's
time.
why I hope that
the easier path for the most money. It's smart, but that's not.
You say what now?
No, I'm reading what this guy said right here. Canelo's the greatest fighter of all time at taking the easier path for the most money. It's smart, but that's
exactly. How you want me to think you great when it was a guy in your own division that you wouldn't fight, that you went and took his belt and then took your ball and went home and wouldn't even give him a chance, man. It's hard for me to believe in that guy because that guy didn't believe in himself. It's hard for me to believe in a guy that don't believe in himself. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, you know, I understand promotions and you know, I've been in the music business. You can promote anything, man. They can tell you anything, man. I don't buy nothing they promote to me, man. Because the real good fighter, you don't have to promote him to you. You don't have to promote him really. He's gonna do the work, even if that work is boring. I like to use the example of, you in a car with your girl and your car break down, and you in your hoop deal or whatever, and you call your crackhead uncle, or you get a crackhead, and he come out there, he ain't got the right tools or whatever, but he trying to get that car going. You in the car, you trying to wait, you trying to see what he gonna do, and you don't know if he gonna do it. You on the edge of your seats, and all of a sudden, boom, he get the car crunking. You excited? Wow, we got the car crunk, we going. Okay, that was exciting. I get it. But if you go to the transmission dealership or whatever, and now they tell you go sit in the waiting room for 4 hours while they put you a new transmission in, that might not be so exciting, but you got the job done right. So sometimes these great boxers, they are technical, and it might not be as exciting until you put them in the ring with somebody that's supposed to beat them. That's when you get the excitement. And that's why this fight is so exciting between Canelo and Crawford. We know who Crawford is, but now we have an opponent that people are saying, oh, he cannot beat this guy. You said that about Errol Spence, now that's over with. Now you got the next guy that you're saying he cannot beat this guy. So now the interest is there. You know what I mean?
100%, and that's what makes it. That's what makes it intriguing, is the fact that you guys really believe this is the dude. So that's what's up. That's the dude that Terrence decided to go ahead and make his mark on. I think Terrence gets this dude out there. Do you think Terrence? What do you think about the lightniness of Terrence stopping Canelo?
Like I told you, I think it. I'm gonna tell you the reason why I say stop it. It's not far fetched to just stop it. The reason why I say a stoppage, Crawford cannot win a decision without the fight looking like he's trying to stop Canelo. I don't think they let Crawford just sit on the outside, bounce around the ring, pot shot him, and they give Crawford the win. So if Crawford even if he's gonna win on decision, it's because he's looking like he's trying to stop Canelo. He hitting him with shots like he's trying to take him out of there. I think that's how he wins a decision. It has to have the optics that he was going for a massive stoppage. Like he was hitting them with shots that it could be a stoppage. So I think he has to fight like that. Okay, so we already know. Now the next thing, when Crawford finally hits Canelo with a shot he don't see, Canelo gonna realize I can't keep getting hit by that shot. When Crawford takes a shot across the head and he realizes Canelo is 168 pounder, he's gonna realize he can't keep taking that shot. They gonna fight. This fight gotta end. Somebody gotta stop somebody, because we both can't keep in here taking these shots. You see what I mean? So I think that fight gets amped up quick. Round 2 or 3, I think we in a full-fledged fight. Because they're both gonna be their strongest. They're gonna both be their strongest, and it's gonna be two dogs in the ring.
No doubt. Yeah, we got 40 people in the building. Let's make sure we hit them like buttons, man. If you haven't hit the like button, take a moment to go ahead and do that. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, go ahead and take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. Appreciate you guys.
So yeah, man, I just think the styles, the moment, this big old stadium, they're gonna be amped up, and I think the fight gonna get started quick. I think we're gonna be in a full-fledged fight by round 3. And I just don't know if somebody gonna make it to round 12. That's a long fight, man, for them two to fight each other for 12 rounds. So yeah, I think somebody getting stopped, man. I really do. I think somebody getting stopped. I don't see this going 12 rounds.
Canelo getting stopped. You think Terrence is gonna win?
No, I think Canelo getting stopped, man. I just think. But my only concern would be, I can tell you straight up, if by round 2 Crawford don't have that jab established, the question I'm asking, why aren't you establishing the jab? What is going on that you can't establish the jab?
Right.
Because if you can't establish the jab, how you gonna win the fight?
No, he definitely got to establish the jab. I think he's gonna win the jab. But I'm gonna be real with you. I think it's whoever gets that body work going most efficiently. I think that's where it's gonna be at. You're gonna see Canelo attacking the body of Terrence, but I'm telling you, I think Terrence is gonna attack that body as well. And whoever
but think about it like this: how do Canelo get through what Terrence Crawford had to offer to even get to the body? It's the same thing with Terrence. If you want to go to Canelo's body, then you need a jab to blind him. Could Canelo like the high guard, so the body is going to be open, but you got to keep Canelo hands in the high guard. How you going to do that? By jabbing him, making him put his hands up and then go to the body. So I can see Terrence Crawford actually getting to Canelo's body before Canelo gets to Crawford body. Because Canelo got to come through some shit to get to Crawford. That reach is going to be very much a big part of the game because Crawford is shorter. He's not the big guy that Canelo got this big old target to hit. So when his jab come and his reach come, it's going to be sharp. And I just trying to, okay, what you going to do? You just going to high guard and try to go through it? Come on, man. Crawford going to jab you to the body. That body's going to be open. So, you know, I just think it's too many lanes for Crawford. And they say, oh, can you hurt Canelo? You can hurt him in time. You can hurt him with enough punches. It'll have an effect. It'll have an effect. Maybe not one punch, but enough of those punches would definitely have an effect. I don't know. It's going to be a good fight, man. It's going to be a really good fight, man. I just don't see how Canelo can win it, man. If he does more, I mean, props to him. He deserves it. This would be, like you say, his best win, if you ask me. You know what I mean? Because you could say, okay, he was young and green when he fought Mayweather. You could say Bivol was too big, if that's what you want to use. But he can't lose this fight to Crawford, man. That's why I think it's going to be a good fight. I think Canelo going to bring everything he got, man. I think Crawford going to give everything he got. People think, oh, you think Crawford just going to sell his O? You crazy. He ain't fought that long for that O to give it up. He want the money and ain't going to take Canelo head with him. In his mind, anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he gonna put hands on him, bro. I think he's just gonna. I think it's gonna be easier than what people think it's gonna be, man. I
really do.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, man. Yo, listen, I ain't gonna front. I got the sleepiness in my eyes.
I got you.
Great. It's 1:00 in the morning. I tried my best. I've been on about 5 hours. I don't know how long I've been on.
Okay.
4.5 hours. So I'm about done, bro. I'm about tapped out. You guys, you know what it is. Tomorrow is the weigh-ins. We will see how these guys look on the scales. We'll see what the undercard is looking like as well. And yeah, man, it is what it is, man. I appreciate you being up here, Too Rich. This was a real good one, Too Rich. You gotta make it by here more often, bro.
I know, man. Hey, man, trust me, man. I be listening a lot. I don't even comment sometimes. I don't want to mess up the vibe, knowing I can't get up there, man. But I be listening. Don't even worry about. Hey, when you go live, especially because sometimes I don't get a notification, man, on time, and I just, happen to scroll and you pop up in the feed. I'm like, oh shit, he been on live or whatever. But I guarantee within an hour you've been on live, you just say, hey, Too Rich. I guarantee I'm right there listening, man. So don't even worry about it. I'm there.
Yo, and we need you back around here, man. Them breakdowns is legendary, bro.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. You got one of them, you got a couple of the other guys, man, they'll block me. You see, I don't really talk crazy, man. Sometimes people just don't want to hear the truth, man. So, you one of those channels that I mess with the most, man. A lot of times the other channel, I just listen, man. I wait till I see you, I can get to you, and I hop up, man. But yeah, for sure, keep working, keep grinding, man. You know what I mean?
Those breakdowns are legendary, man. I love them, man. It's all boxing, man. I love every one of them, bro. So please come up here more often. Definitely, man.
All right, that's a bet.
All right, family. Salute to you. Salute to everybody who's in the building. Shout out to all the super chats. Remember to hit the likes. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. We'll be on tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow's the weigh-ins. We're 1 day away pretty much from the biggest fight of the year, in my opinion, ushering a brand new era of boxing. Some people call it the golden era. I think I heard Showbiz call it the Stone Age. It's whatever, man. It's what boxing needs, man. Support the channels that support boxing, guys. You know what it is. Your boy Rain. Until the next one. At this point, be out.
Make it this far, they hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say, I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life, I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like, hold up, I shoot my shot way on net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right.
Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing.